Hello, and to whom this may concern. Mic's on? Yep. Oh boy, what time is it? Little late for a start. I'm sorry. I had work stuff to take care of. That was giving me some trouble. And also, it was so cold today. And now it's slightly less cold tonight. Or is that just the remnants of the shower still keeping me warm? I don't know. I'm gonna have some coffee. It's gonna get even toastier. I was hoping it'd stay even colder. The colder is, the better for Oodie. Yep. It's nice. But I'm gonna internally toast up a bit, I think. You can see that coming. Oh, hey, Jay. You're on your way home from visiting Mother. Oh. Late on a Sunday. Like Sunday dinner. With the family. Anything important that I need to do today? Oh yeah, there is. Nintendo Direct. That's right. Nintendo Direct did their own little mini version of Summer Game Fest. Nintendo and Sony are not taking part in the fake E3 that is Summer Game Fest, but they do keep doing their own little digital shows. They're about half an hour each. State of Play for Sony and Nintendo Direct for Nintendo. Sony did theirs right before Summer Game Fest, and it was trash, basically. It was a terrible show. Especially considering what Xbox pulled during Summer Game Fest. And now Nintendo's up. When did this come out? It was very recent. 4 days ago. So right between the two Sunday hangouts. I hate it when things happen like right in between Sundays. Like on a Tuesday or Wednesday. Because it just means that there's a long period of time before the next Sunday when I get to actually look at it. Oh well. I'm going to keep going back for that. Ahem. So I definitely have to do that, but I'm not going to lead with that because that's the important thing for tonight. So I'll build up to it. I'll get myself excited. I'm keen, man. I'm keen. Did I end up being able to play a game for free? Oh, damn it, Avengers. Oh, I'm not going to play it because I played that on stream for like 3 weeks straight. Back when I first installed it. It did let me into it though. I did go in the game as a test, and it appears to be functioning, which is kind of crazy. Like I've got no intention or need to play it because I've played plenty of it. Enough that I need to get my fill. But it's just kind of shocking that it works because it's not supposed to, because I don't actually own the game. I just never uninstalled it when it left Game Pass. But what's supposed to happen is if you install something and play it while it's on Game Pass and then it leaves Game Pass, it's still installed on your machine if you haven't taken it off. But if you try to play it, it goes, you don't own this game, you have to purchase the license. So it knows you don't own it. So whether it's installed or not is irrelevant. You'd still need to actually pay for it. That's what's supposed to happen. The weird thing is that Avengers left got discontinued by the publisher, so it got removed from sale. It no longer exists. It cannot be purchased. Which, I mean, that shouldn't change the fact I don't own the game. But for some reason, I don't know if it's a glitch in the system or something they fucked up, like a loophole when they removed it from the store. But it just acts like I own the game now. Like I can go into it. It doesn't complain about license. Maybe because there's no license to be detected because it's not in the store. Which is a crazy obvious loophole that you'd think they'd have figured out by now or know about and fixed. It just seems like it feels like a really dumb mistake on the part of like a very big publishers and companies. You know what I mean? Like between Microsoft and like what is it, Square Enix? Pretty big companies. You wouldn't think such a obvious mistake would be allowed through. It's weird. But it also means that if I uninstall the game now, it's gone. Like, I don't just own it now on a technicality. I can play it because there doesn't seem to be any license check, like I do own it. But if I uninstalled it, it doesn't exist in the store anymore, so there's no way to get it back. So it has to basically live on my system if I want to keep the game for free forever. For whatever reason. The only downside to that is it's huge. It's the biggest game I've ever installed on my Xbox Series X. It's like 100... It's like 140 gig or something like that. Somewhere between 140 and 160 gig. It's massive. Because it's had so many patches and updates and additions to the game. Because it was a live service game. While it was still, you know, a thing. But yeah, it's trippy. I mean, I haven't technically done everything I can in the game. There's still things I could achieve and unlock. It just didn't... When I was actually playing it, it wasn't worth it anymore. Because I got to a point where the stuff that was left over were very grindy, unfun things. And I'd already finished the main story. So it was kind of like, I gotta cut it off here. Because now it's going to take tens of hours to achieve very small, insignificant things that serve no purpose. Just for the sake of ticking boxes. So I let it go. But if I ever get bored and want to run around in Avengers, I guess I can now. Cool. Hang on, let me make note of something. Okay. Sorry. I had to make a note. Okay. That was the wrong button, sorry. There we go. Let me slide. Let me slide into my corner. Why's my butt lumpy? I'm sitting on this Oodie wrong. Oh well. Sitting on the folds, man. Alright. That's better. I think. Okay, yep. Yeah. There's something I did want to jump into real quick, just off the bat. Dystopica. There was a teaser trailer for Dystopica at Summer Game Fest during, like, the PC game show or the indie game show. It's the one that was like the Blade Runner city builder. It was like SimCity type stuff, but you build like a futuristic city. Which I thought was neat looking. But what I spotted the thumbnail last week, and it didn't occur to me it was something different. This is like an actual gameplay overview trailer for it, which should be a lot more interesting than the teaser we saw at Summer Game Fest. I should have looked at this during the trailer follow-up that I did last week. I watched a couple of trailers of things that were like shown at Summer Game Fest, but they were like bigger, better trailers for them. Although I forget which is the ones I looked at last week now. It's totally skipped my mind. But yeah. I enjoy the occasional city
Hello,
builder.
everyone. My name is Matt
I don't
Mark.
have headphones. What a dickhead. Whoop. Wrong connector. That's my voice. Ah, okay. Now I'm ready. Holy shit. Yeah, goofball. Hot cocoa. I had a hot chocolate couple, like, I think it was a week ago. Wasn't as good as I remember. I haven't had one in a long time because I usually have teas or coffees, but the last time I had a hot, like the hot chocolate I had, it just wasn't what I remember hot chocolate being like. Maybe I didn't make it well. It wasn't chocolatey enough. Disappointed me.
Hello, everyone. My
Here we
name
go.
is Matt Marshall, and I'm the solo
Matt
developer
Marshall.
of Dystopica, a minimal, relaxing, and
Did
darkly
he just say
cozy
Wait,
city
did he just say soul developer? Holy shit. That's an effort.
building sandbox for future cities.
Look what this man built
There's
by
no
himself.
management, there's no goals, just build, sculpt, create, and enjoy a bit of cyberpunk zen in your day.
I'm not a big fan of the no goals thing.
It's
I like there
intended
to be a
be
video game in my
small,
video game.
creative but meditative experience, like a freaky little cyberpunk bonsai tree right in your computer.
Freaky? Why
I
freaky?
wanted to capture that feeling of wandering vast cities and getting lost in the heavy rain and the fog and the noise and the traffic, and finding some peace of mind in those otherwise chaotic environments.
You'd rather a hot cock. Not too hot. You don't want it to burn your
Using a
tongue.
combination of districts, you can place, sculpt, and shape your city.
Oh, this is how it works.
Buildings and districts have a range of effects and connections to explore and create.
It's somewhat
As you build, the city will
procedural.
fill
You
with
plop
dynamic
things in and they
lights
just connect to each
procedural
other.
Traffic. You can also customize weather, time of day, and even the soundtrack to find just the right mood. Use the light brush to inject a bit of energy and life into your city.
Oh, you
And
just
with a
paint.
variety of props and decorations,
You can just
really
paint
make it
lighting
something unique and
with a
special
paintbrush?
for you. There are
kinda
giant
cool.
towering holograms, launch pads, blimps, signage, and many other things to unlock over time as you play. You can even bring in your own images to the billboards. Make your future city a shrine to your cat, like I've done here for Rona.
Aw.
Flipping over to photo mode, you can create spectacular and creative photos with camera and environment settings and a range of filters and controls at your disposal.
I guess it makes sense that it's more of a
When I was
tool
growing
or a
up,
play
I always
thing,
played city builders and
considering that how much
simulators
is
with
achieved
cheat
as a
codes
sole
on,
developer.
just creating the cities I wanted to and taking in the soundtrack and nothing more. And I wanted to capture that experience for other builders like me who love to create epic horizons and not fiddle with city budgets or citizen happiness meters.
I want there to be more of a game, though.
Dystopica
I like
1.0
having
is coming
goals.
soon, and this is really just the departure point for what is a passion project for me. I'll be updating it over time with new content, quality of life improvements,
Pretty neat,
and
though.
maybe some mod support features. Thank you so much for taking a look at Dystopica, and please wishlist the game on Steam so you know the moment it drops.
You know what I want to do with it? The thing where you can put your own images in. I want to put a screenshot of Annadelle Armis's character from Blade Runner 2040. You know how she's like the big holographic chick? I want to take a screen of that and put it on the side of a building so it actually just looks like a scene from Blade Runner. How was it? That was impressive. Like, I was already impressed by the game because it looked kind of cool, but I'm more impressed now because I know it's just one guy making it. Although it is more procedural than I was hoping, because like Townsfolk was like that too. And that was like a basic play thing. It was just a toy that you click and buildings kind of create themselves depending on the procedural data of what's next to what. They just kind of like it just kind of comes up with its own shit as you dick around with it. It's kind of like that. Which is fair. That makes more sense for a solo developer making something that looks that detailed. Yeah, anyway. How have you had an eventful day? A nice day? It was just work. That's all it was. I pretty much got woke up in the morning and worked up until just before I started streaming. It was a pretty long day, actually. I'm kind of tired of it. Hey, Buttman and Robin. How's your mood today? I think I just accidentally kind of answered that, didn't I? I'm just a little bit drowsy from working too much today. And that's why I started late. I would have maybe started closer to 6. And I ended up starting like 8:30-ish. Because I just had to keep finishing stuff. It was taking way too long. I'm going to keep this link just so I can look at some more stuff to do with that later. Put Dystopica to the side, please. I'll come back to you later. You little shit. Oh, dope. Hold up. The Penguin got a new trailer. Can a dark joke help with your mood? Yeah, sure. In the meantime, a proper trailer came out for The Penguin, the TV show. The Matt Reeves, Colin Farrell one. We've seen a pretty awesome teaser before, but this should be like an actual story trailer. So that's neat. Whoa, it's starting itself. Why are you like this? My friend committed suicide, swallowed everything in the medicine cabinet, choked on a tampon. Oh. Everything in the medicine cabinet, not just the pills. Oh, it took me a second. Detracted a lot of men who are a bit, how's your father? What does that even mean, how's your father? I've heard the term before, but I don't really know what the intention behind it is. Why are trailers starting on their own? Let me just double check. YouTube. Have you got autoplay shit on? Hang on, I'm just fixing it on the other screen. Oh shit. Why are you doing this? What? Boo-doo. So I'm just testing it. Like clicking on a bunch of thumbnails. Yikes.
Sorry.
It means a little poofy. Oh. I mean, I have in the past, I guess. When I, used to do things that involved the outdoors. Like, when I used to go to film school or go to university. Not too much nowadays because, I mean, you need to actually, like, be around other people for that kind of stuff to happen. Oh, shit. Oh, that looks good. Hang on, I'm actually gonna open this for later. This looks cool. Sorry, I'm clicking on stuff. Off screen. Being a little bitch. Okay, never mind. I'm done. But yeah, I mean, I've had compliments from gay men before. I mean, that's not too out of the ordinary. You know, just like it's been many years since like just about pre-COVID that I've like done the that I've lived here and I've done the job that I'm doing, the editing stuff, where I edit from home, so I don't actually see human beings. So you know, stuff like that doesn't really happen. It's kind of like when people ask me like, "Oh, have you met any women recently or something?" Like they ask you about your sex life, and it's like, I don't see nobody. Sometimes I got to go down to the shops and get groceries, but that's about it. I might see the bag lady, but like I don't do stuff. So, you know, you don't really put yourself in situations where you meet human beings. Oh, see? Batman and Robin's straight. But, he's being very positive. Thank you. There's nothing wrong with being straight and complimenting other men. I happen to think Henry Cavill is a very, attractive man. That's some top tier, that's some A-tier man right there. I might play my gay card if he ever comes around. It's that's my one get out of jail free card. All right, what does this say? Academy Award nominee Colin Farrell. Oh, that's right, he has been nominated for Academy Awards. What was that for? It might have been In Bruges. He might have been nominated for like a supporting character in Bruges or something. Another really good movie. He's a much better actor than people give him credit for. Sometimes he's a little underrated. All right, let's go. Someone's already been shot.
Calling the shots.
Oh, don't. Okay. I have to call this out every time just because it pisses me off. Stop putting teasers for the trailer at the start of the trailer. I don't want to see a 4-second spoiler and then the trailer just restarts itself. I hate that. Sony and like HBO Max are the ones that still do it. It drives me fucking crazy.
Look at this. What that madman did. Listen, Sal.
You reckon when the Penguin says that madman, do you reckon he's talking about Batman, or do you reckon he's talking about the Riddler? I'm not entirely sure.
Carmine Falcone's dead. And I'm here now. I'll be calling the shots. The Falcones are still licking their wounds.
It's a pretty grimy looking Gotham. It's not bad.
The business will be ripe for the taking.
My father's been dead a week. You want to take what's mine?
There's something very bronze about the color
I'm
grading.
daughter of the Falcone Don, but he's dead.
Is it because they're going for like gangster
The
movie
family thinks I'm broken.
vibes with the cinematography?
I'm not broken.
Oh yeah.
You and me, kid. We gotta take whatever we decide is ours. Because no one's gonna give it to us. We're not without a fight.
Penguin, you work for the family. You will do as you're told.
I refuse to let these old men push me aside again. So
So-
I'm gonna take from them now.
Hang on. So why do other people, like other gangsters in this universe, call him the Penguin? I don't think they've established why he has that nickname. You went to the cinema and saw a movie called The Way My Way? Australian man walking the Camino de... What's the Camino de Santiago? I'm not sure what that is. Is that in Australia? Henry Cavill should be the picture of definition of attractive man in every dictionary. Yes, for both men and women. Straight and gay. Dominic Cooper. Isn't Dominic Cooper the guy that kind of looks like, who's that fucking guy in The Boys? Glad Jared Leto's Joker's on it. Well, that's a whole different universe. Like, there's no way. The dude from Saltburn is the Joker in Matt Reeves' universe. It's in Spain. Pilgrimage train. Oh, okay. I should have known from the name Camino de Santiago. It's kind of silly of me. What's that guy's name? Why am I not remembering anyone's names? Carl Urban. If I remember Dominic Cooper correctly, doesn't he kind of look like a Wish.com Carl Urban? I think someone described him to me like that once. Also, Barry Coogan. Barry Coogan is the actor from Saltburn that is the Joker in Matt Reeves' Batman universe, which is where the Penguin takes place. He only appears in like a very quick shot at the end of the movie in the cell next to Riddler, and there's a deleted scene where Batman visits him and they have a conversation. that's not in the film, but you can actually look it up on YouTube. He's very decrepit. It's a very different Joker. He looks like he's been part melted by chemicals or something. Like he's really mutated and gross looking in the face. It's hard to describe, but it's not pleasant. I'd look it up. It's interesting.
And I'm gonna force them to their knees.
What is it you're really after, Oz?
I'm gonna tear down the Empire from the inside out.
You know, Oz, people underestimate you, but not me. I've always known you were capable of more.
This woman is playing him. The Penguin has a habit in the comics of being a bit of a lech. So I think one of his weaknesses is women. I have a feeling that female gangster is making a power play, same way Penguin is, and I think she's going to be using him by like playing up to his ego and his weakness for attractive women, because he's so, you know, not attractive. He's more beautiful looking than Carl Urban. Hey, Carl Urban's not bad. Maybe a bit more rugged than Dominic. Let me just finish this because it's getting cold. Okay. Sweet. Sorry, I'm getting that track stuck in my head now. Okay. That's not bad. Somehow that's less exciting than the teaser trailer. I think the teaser was more mysterious. And so you both basically only had like the cinematography and the intensity to go off. Whereas because that was showing characters and plot, it lost a little bit of the mystery, which is cool. I think I prefer the teaser, to be honest. It's still good. I'm still keen. I still think Colin Farrell is amazing in that Penguin makeup. And a great actor. And that does look very Sopranos-esque, even more so now that I've seen the full trailer. But yeah, I think just personal preference, I think the teaser was cooler. Trailer for My Way? Oh, there's I mean, you don't have to pay for YouTube suggestions, but there is a channel point redeem. Oh, you found it. Which is useful because it adds it to my activity queue, so I can't actually forget. Like, if it gets lost in the chat, it doesn't matter, because my activity queue is a separate window, which keeps a list of all the things that were channel pointed. That's why that's a really good thing. Before I jump over to that, though, I'm just curious what this is, because I really like A24. They do really good indie films. And something came out 2 days ago from A24 called The Front Room. And I'd really want to see what this is real quick. Hang on a sec. From writer-director Max and Sam Eggers. Ooh. Sam Eggers. Okay. Where are we going with this? I'm not going to look at the description because I want to be surprised. 50% chance it's a horror movie.
Dad is dead.
Your father's final request was he wants you to take your mother into your home.
I'm willing to give you all the money I got.
This is starting to seem like a horror movie.
We can pay off the house with that money.
Everything in me is telling me to run away.
Welcome home, Solange.
This old lady's...
Yeah, that's the nursery.
This old lady's gonna be a problem.
It's my room now.
No. I don't care how old you are, I'm not putting up with that.
I do not know my granddaughter's name.
We're gonna name her Fern.
Another plant you got growing in there? No.
God damn, she's
Used to
really
be parents
unlikable.
Understood names gotta have power. Your father, what was his name?
She gonna take over this house.
Call that a broken family.
What the hell?
Oh my god.
She thinks that the Holy Spirit possesses her and
probably
gives
does.
her power.
It 100% does.
I can't practice my face.
She's gonna turn into a Jesus zombie.
Not like I used to.
You're a racist.
You don't know what.
Oh my god. He's a Confederate. Somehow that's worse than the demon possession. At first I was like, oh, it's kind of scary that she's praying to gods and demons and gets possessed at night. The second it was revealed that she was a Confederate, I'm like, oh, that's much worse. That's a lot scarier.
What real race
She's a
is.
fucking racist.
You gonna tell me?
Have I offended you?
Holy
Yes.
Your stepmother
God,
is literally evil.
Demon-possessed racist.
Do you fear the Lord?
No.
Fear me.
She said that you hit her.
She wants you to think it was me. She wants to replace me.
This guy better not believe the crazy old lady over her.
No.
She's been a bitch since she first entered this house. Oh, it's Brandy.
This is my house.
Didn't even realize.
Being cooped up with a newborn and a mother-in-law can drive anyone crazy.
Yes.
Help me, Belinda.
My name is Belinda. Belinda.
Curb stomp her. What movie is that? That was The Front Room. I think that's a reference to the fact that when she first enters the house, she just claims the room right by the front door. That's meant to be the nursery for the newborn baby. Happened at the start of the trailer. It's weird to name the movie after that one little bit. I don't know why that is the case. Still, that's kind of funny that they could have just made a demon possessing a crazy old lady movie, but the demon possessing a crazy racist old lady in a house of a pregnant black woman. They're really stacking the deck there. It's a lot of things to be concerned about. I wonder if the demon's racist. The old lady's racist. I wonder what the supernatural elements to feel about that. Is it the demon of racism? Is it the Ku Klux Klan Jesus? Do they have their own Jesus? Reminds you of a French film you love called Tati Danielle. I mean, it might be based. You know what English or Hollywood movies generally are like. They tend to take ideas from pre-existing European films. The number of thrillers and dramas I've seen out of America that you find out later were based on a remake or a new version of some like European film from like 5 years ago. It's pretty common. They need the ideas though, that's the thing. It's kind of ironic that when Hollywood needs fresh ideas, they take ideas that have already been done somewhere else that are going to seem fresh, but technically they already exist. So they're not really fresh, but they're fresh to an English audience because it's something only Europeans know. I saw a French action thriller once that was set in a nightclub that takes place over one night. And all this stuff happens to do with drugs being hidden in the nightclub, and all these different characters coming together, and a whole bunch of action kicks off. It was a French movie, and it got a American remake. And I remember them making a big deal out of it at a film festival I went to. It was fine. I think both movies are about equal. I've seen them both now, and neither of them really does anything better or worse than the other, which I think is the worst case scenario. There's no point in remaking a movie or making a new version of a different language film if you're not going to bring anything to the table, you know what I mean? Like, do something with it. Anyway. Let's grab Jay's link. Boop. Oh, it's starting too quick. Oh, the trailer's from 4 months ago. So if the trailer was 4 months ago, it's probably only... it would have just come out fairly recently then. I've never heard of Maslow Entertainment. That must be like a fairly recent indie... like Australian indie company.
It all started on that holiday in Spain. They're pilgrims.
Pilgrims.
Hey, need a lift, mate? No, I'm in training.
There's gonna be a lot of
I'm gonna walk the Camino.
lot of old Aussies in this.
800-kilometer pilgrims walk in Spain.
I am hoping that after this Camino, I won't have to apologize for you anymore.
Are you Bill? Yeah, I'm Balaj. Nice to meet you. Come, let's see. Yeah. Hi. Oh, no, don't hug.
I'm Rosa.
Why do they have a giant banner at the bottom the entire time?
Home for the night?
Do they have a turn-down service? That's a joke.
That's a little annoying. I don't know why they made that
Do you
decision.
sleep well?
No, there was someone snoring. Farting.
That's why you don't share a hostel with people over 80.
Ah, bonjour, madame. Bonjour, monsieur. I don't know why I'm doing this walk. I want to let the walk give me the answer.
I mean, you got to do something in your old age. I don't know what I'm going to do if I'm 80 or 90 years old. I'm probably not going to walk in Spain like he's doing. But I guess at a certain point, it's like, well, I'm going to be dead soon. I guess I should do something with myself.
Continue your Camino.
We'll see about that. That's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Water. I need water.
He's going to be real healthy when he gets back. Some good cardio.
I see this walk as an 800-kilometer long cathedral. This is the Camino. Miracles happen all the time.
I definitely wouldn't go to another country just to like walk somewhere. I don't think that appeals to me.
Safe journey. My friend. My friend. Camino. Hey, sweetheart. I'm a pilgrim.
By the way, I hooked up with some young Spanish girls while I was up here. I'm 90, please just give me this. I wonder if that was hard to film. Like, you're basically making an entire feature film about old people walking really long distances, which can't be easy. Because, like, you're extremely old actors. You can't really just workhorse them and exhaust them the same way the character's going to be in the film. Like, you could kill somebody. Like, they could keel over. Their heart could give out if you push them too hard. Which is kind of scary. He was the only old person in it. I mean, there were other old people in the trailer, but... I mean, in terms of doing the walk, then fair. I mostly showed him with the blonde lady when he was actually walking for a bit. Yeah. I'm just saying that, like, an actor that age having to make a film where they have to film him walking long distances, that's a little scary to me. I wouldn't want to make that film. I'd be too worried. I don't want someone dying on my movie, man. I've made films, like, they're rough enough as it is without people's lives or livelihood being on the line. Even the idea of someone just being injured on your set is upsetting. It was a lovely film. I don't understand why they did the trailer this way. This fucking banner at the bottom, covering part of the screen with this black banner that's got the name of the movie and the release date. Why? Nobody else does that. Why have you done this? That irritated the shit out of me. Well, I'm so distracted by that. I bet it was one of their marketing people that had like a bright idea. It'll burn it into the minds of the fans. They'll see it at the bottom of the trailer the entire time they're watching, and it'll be fused into their minds. They'll never be able to forget the release date. Or the name. Which is probably true, but it's taking up good screen real estate from the cinematography. Not worth it. Anyway. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like walking, jogging, that kind of stuff. Like just doing it for the hell of it. I don't mind doing it when I have a purpose. Like when I go grocery shopping or when I go to McDonald's to grab a cheap dinner. They're not exactly close to my apartment, but I will purposely walk those distances because why not? It's just exercise. But I won't leave the house to just go for a walk, usually. Like, I won't just go out to walk, like, in a big circle and come back with no purpose. I don't see, like, walking and jogging as enough of an activity unto itself. I want to be doing it to go somewhere. Otherwise, it annoys me a little bit. Main form of transport, center and drive. Yeah, see, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm not talking about walking in terms of going somewhere with a purpose. That's transport. I'm talking about just walking for the sake of walking. Like, oh, you know, like healthy people will be like, oh, every morning at 7:30 a.m. I go for my morning walk, where they just do a big lap of a couple of suburbs and come back for like an hour. It's time to relax, rest, and think. Yeah, but I can relax, rest, and think while being productive and doing stuff. I can relax, rest, and think while I'm doing my editing work, or sleep, or when I'm sleeping. Heals the brain. I don't need my brain healed. I need time. I can't waste it on walking. I don't have enough time. I never have enough time to do the very few things that I do. I sleep. I do editing work to pay rent, and I stream. And between those three things, I don't have enough time left over for anything else. And I need to be doing YouTube editing for myself, which I would really love to be doing more of that. But I can't fit it in because when I'm not streaming and I'm not doing my editing work, I almost have no time left. I go to sleep. I'll end up sleeping for like 4 hours only. And then I'm back up having to do more work or something. It's exhausting. Not enough time. If only I didn't have to sleep. If we can abolish sleep, I could fit more in. Well, last night was only 4 hours because I finished my stream. I did some editing work. I went to bed for about 4 hours, and then I woke up, went back to work, and then I worked until I started this stream tonight. I don't have to do any more work when I finish after this. But this is a late start, so by the time I finish this stream tonight, it'll be close to or around midnight. So I'll probably just go straight to bed. 8 to 11 hours. I can't afford 8 to 11 hours. The same reason I can't afford to walk around for exercise or for my brain or whatever. I need the time. I don't have enough time. Yeah. Tis sad. Sometimes people are like, why don't you just cut something out of your life to free up more time for like rest or other things? And it's like, well, I can't, because you have to work because you need money for food and rent. And you do need to do something for yourself. Like, you can't just work and sleep. Like, if I was just working, going to bed, waking up, working, going to bed, waking, that's depressing. You can't just spend all your waking hours working, which is which is why I fit in the streaming stuff. Streaming, I get to actually, I get to schedule it. It's a form of leisure hobby activity that I get to actually schedule time for. So when I have a stream coming up, I got to stream. I'm not going to like, I'm not going to keep working because it's stream time. You know what I mean? Before I streamed, I did almost work all the time because you fill your time with what you got to do. So I was all the editing work I had to do, I was using all my free time to do it. But when I schedule in actual free time behavior, like my streams, then I have to do those. So I stream instead of working. And then the time I have left to work, I get the work done in that time, if that makes sense. Like, sometimes you just have to force leisure time. And then the time you have left for work, you just perfectly fill that time. If I didn't force it, I was filling all my time with work. I was taking extra time to edit. Just because I could. And then it was getting depressing. But But that's why I can't remove anything from my lifestyle to fix it, because all I do is work for money, stream for fun, and then sleep. There's nothing left. There's nothing left to take out. So, you know, that sucks. I guess the problem is everything I do takes too long. My job takes too much time. And, like, obviously, it'd probably be better if you earned more money for it to make up for it, but it is what it is. What is this? What have you posted? How to heal the mind and create emotional well-being. Oh, one of these. Self-help books. Not really my bag. A new approach to walking to heal emotional trauma and bring forth optimal mental functioning. You know what's another way to heal emotional trauma? Beat the living shit out of the person that caused it. Motherfucker. Whoever they are. By Tom Hartman, an American radio personality. What does he know about self-help? He's just making this shit up. I don't trust Tom. It's spelled T-H-O-M. I now trust him even less. Yeah. Ain't nobody got time for walking. Like, when am I supposed to do that? I actually have stuff I gotta do. And I don't have enough time to do that. Goodreads? What is this website? Do they just review books? Tell us what titles or genres you've enjoyed in the past. We'll give you insightful reading recommendations. Oh, okay, yeah. It's reviews and reading recommendation website. Rot and Ruin. Bone Shaker. Clement. I haven't read a novel since I used to read my mum's Stephen King books. Oh no, that's not true. I read Yahtzee's book. Round about the tail end of university. Because I was curious what kind of writer he was. I forget what it was called. It was his first book that he wrote. I've also read the Archer book. How to Archer. Based on the TV show. It's written from the point of view of Archer. Basically teaching you how to be like him. And obviously it's a piss take. It's pretty funny though. I enjoyed it. And I have read Lord of the Rings as well. Around at the beginning of... somewhere in the middle of college, I think. Between year 11 and year 12. I read through the entirety of Lord of the Rings. I think I was trying to get it done before the movies come out. I managed to read through that and The Hobbit before the films came out. That was a good effort. That's a lot of book to get through. What's Late Bloomers? Late Bloomers. This is going to be a romantic comedy or R-rated comedy. Karen Gillan is a 28-year-old Brooklynite adrift in life, suddenly single and grappling with her identity as a musician. Struggles with underlying depression. Okay, it's not sounding like a comedy anymore. Reckless drunken stumble lands her with a broken hip and a physical therapy with patients twice her age. I think Late Bloomers is a comedy drama about a young woman who ends up having to spend time with older women and learns how to live her life correctly or some shit. Okay.
Hello?
Oh, Karen Gillan. Now I know who she is. Some neat broken hip
You're
foley.
not like other 30-year-olds now.
I'm 28.
Sounded like
This is
celery.
Antonina. She's physical therapy bad girl.
Do you think I could go to a solo room? Because she and I are like at vastly different stages of development. Hey!
Variatka.
Excuse you.
Vriatka. I like her.
Antonina, wait up! Is there someone that we should tell that you're street walking or street walkering?
Hey.
She's staying here for the night.
Your grandma?
No.
I wasn't gonna leave her on the street. You gonna give it back?
Just a random old lady I found on the street. Not my
She
grandma.
would have been safe if you did nothing.
Well, I did something and she was safe too. I'm sorry, I was just trying to take care of her.
Do you have a job?
Oh,
Please. I'm desperate.
Oh, okay.
It's Polish
yeah.
for crazy person.
Totally. It's gonna be
Nice.
fun. Dad, got a job.
A job is great, Louise.
Is their job looking after this mean old lady?
Hey, I got it. Does she ever like hurt anyone with that?
She's kind of childish, that old lady.
Is that a picture of you?
Have never inspired anyone.
I don't think that, Louise.
Oh,
I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did that. Okay.
hot.
Last time I was home. Fair or not?
This is more drama than comedy.
Or make some new ones.
This is a moment. This is a breakthrough. You can say whatever you want to me, and I can say whatever I want to you, and that is the beauty of our relationship.
You are diverse.
So, is she late blooming or is the old lady late blooming?
Cool.
This is my boyfriend, Ray.
It's kind of adorable, their friendship. I think that's what this whole film kind of hinges on. Is the chemistry between old lady and young girl. It's pretty much what I predicted, though. I thought it was gonna be more of like an R-rated, comedy, but even though it's a drama, like a straight drama, it's still exactly what I described it as. A young loser doesn't know what to do with her life, gets hitched with an old loser, and they fix each other? You know I speak Polish? Yeah. I mean, if I didn't before, it's pretty obvious when you knew what that word meant. There's a video here called Every Vampire Game You Should Be Playing Instead of V Rising. That seems kind of mean. That's mean-spirited to V Rising. I heard that game's alright. Kinda. Bit grindy. Karen Gillan, isn't she married to one of the dudes from Britannic? I think she is. Hang on. I need to just double check this, because I love Britannic. Karen Gillan. Yeah, she was in Jumanji, the new ones. Love Life. Married Nick Kocher, American comedian and the sketch duo Britannic, in a ceremony at Castle toward Dunoon, Scotland. Dunoon. I knew it. Why does Nick not have his own Wikipedia? Britannic has a Wikipedia, which covers both Nick and Brian. But Nick and Brian don't have their own Wikipedias. That's rude. Those guys are amazing. I actually like their YouTube channel a lot, even though they don't really make sketches anymore for it. It's pretty rare. They got a bunch of podcasty stuff on there right now to make up for it, but they're hilarious. I think they got writing gigs on like stuff like SNL and things like that in New York or LA, wherever the hell that shit happens. New York. I love the only entry in personal life just says, Kocher is married to Scottish actress Karen Gillan. That's the only personal life entry for the entirety of the Britannic page. The only thing noteworthy is that he married Karen Gillan. Good for him. She is very pretty. Pretty. Okay. That was cute. You know what? Let's stay in the cute lane. How about that? One cute trailer deserves another. Check it. Paddington. There's a new Paddington movie on the way. Is this number 3? Yes, there's already a number 2. Everyone says Paddington 2 is amazing. I've only seen 1, unfortunately. This one's called Paddington in Peru. I guess they're just leading with the thing. This is just Paddington, but he's in Peru now, doing Paddington things. Who's the bad guy? One of the things about the sequel I think people love so much is Hugh Grant. I think Hugh Grant is the villain. Hugh Bonville, Emily Mortimer, Antonia Banderas, Olivia Colman, Julie Waters, Madeline Harris, Samuel Jocelyn, Carla Toos, and Jim Broadbent. Ben Whishaw is the voice of Paddington. I totally forgot about that. I don't know who in that list is supposed to be the bad guy. I hope it's Antonio Banderas. That'd be kind of incredible. Wait, does he have a train station named after him? What the fuck? How did I not know this? Is that why he was named? Is he named Paddington Bear because they found him at Paddington Station? Did the station come first? I might just be having a memory leak about my Paddington knowledge. There's Paddington.
Thank you for using Photo Me.
He's a cootie patootie.
Me. Please note that headwear is not permitted.
Pinch his nose. It's a sandwich.
Make sure your face is within the red circle.
How did he not see the sandwich if he was looking in the mirror that whole time?
Commencing photos in 3, 2, 1.
No, wait! Dear Aunt Lucy, I have very important news. We're coming to visit you.
In Peru.
The Browns are coming to Peru.
I love the dollhouse effect.
Get ready, everyone!
I wonder why they do that though.
He's coming!
Probably just for fun. That was Olivia Colman. I recognize her even in nun gear.
Boat.
Hola!
Smooth, strong, easy on the eye, and that's just the boat. Voila!
Is he the villain or not? Also, wow, does this house remind me of Encanto? How much does this place remind you of Encanto right now?
I'm afraid
Well, not
she
the
set
interior.
off on some sort of quest deep in the jungle, and we have no idea where she is.
Aunt Lucy found me when I was a cub. Now I have to find her.
Oh, there's another
The
bear.
Amazon is quite
Maybe there is no villain.
large.
Maybe it's just an adventure against the
And
elements.
I have faith that you will survive.
This will be
Okay,
fun.
when they said Peru, I didn't really know they meant that rural. Rural? Sorry, I have a lisp now. Like when when they said Peru, I thought they meant just like in the city, just like still urban, but it's just, you know, a fancier country. They're like legit in the fucking jungle, going on an adventure. And I bet that nun moment just then was like a reference to Hills Are Alive with the Sound of Music or something. They're being goofy.
Are you where I'm from?
That was a joke for the adults.
Well, we wanted a holiday to remember.
Oh yeah, you said it too.
Is it me or is it getting a bit choppy?
I appear to be driving the boat.
Ah. Welcome to Peru.
Don't think that's allowed. You gotta do it. You have to have a proper passport photo. I think Antonio Banderas is still the bad guy. I'm gonna put my money on him being the bad guy. They're just not highlighting it in the trailer. Because if he's not, then it might just be a villainless piece where it's the adventure in the jungle itself that's the danger, not any actual particular person causing them problems. But I hope it's Antonio Banderas. Wait, what the fuck is this? Charlie just did a tier list of doggy treats. He just spent 38 minutes. He's got a 38-minute video of him eating doggy treats and ranking them. God damn it, Charlie. Well, that looks cute. I don't envy them because they kind of caught lightning in a bottle with the second Paddington. Because the first one was good and everyone liked it. And then the second one is being held up as an absolute classic. Somehow they managed to actually build on the first movie and make an even better Paddington the second time around, which hardly ever happens. If a movie's good, any attempt to capitalize with a sequel, more times than not, tends to end up being not as good. I mean, Inside Out 2 is apparently an okay movie, but nowhere near as good as the first one, from what I've heard. But Paddington flipped it. Paddington was actually, like, meant to be really amazing. Paddington 2. So I'm not sure why they're taking the risk of making a Paddington 3. They didn't even call it Paddington 3. They just called it Paddington in Peru, maybe to try to avoid cursing themselves. They didn't want the risk of jinxing it. You know what I mean? I don't know. They're wholesome movies. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but it's going to be hard for them to beat Paddington 2. I mean, pop culture makes fun of the fact that the second movie is so good. That Nicolas Cage movie that he's in with who plays Joel in Last of Us. Fucking God damn it. Why am I so bad with names tonight? I'm so tired. Hi, Plantasy. Missed you last half of the Fist. Oh, yeah, true. I enjoyed Fist. I managed to get it done in three streams. Wasn't too hard. It's not a particularly complicated or difficult Metroidvania, but it's an enjoyable one. I wouldn't dock any points for that. I do think it takes itself too seriously, though. That's my main. If I had to criticize anything about that game, I think the story and the characters' dialogue takes itself too seriously. It's kind of like playing a fucking Hideo Kojima game, like a Metal Gear game, where everything is just super dramatic and serious, where it's like, I don't know, man, you're cats and bunnies and bears. Like, I feel like it could chill a little bit. I feel like they could have lightened it up a little bit and not just been so, like, edgelord serious all the time. It didn't need to be that intense. It's not like the story is that important. Like, the story wasn't anything special. It was the good thing about the story was just the setting, like the lore. I like the setup. I like the world. It has a great look to it. Sorry to cut you off. You're talking about Pedro. Yeah, thank you. I forgot his name, Pedro Pascal. I don't know if you saw the movie with Nick Cage and Pedro Pascal. It was the movie where Nick Cage plays himself, and Pedro Pascal plays that drug dealer. There's a whole part of that movie where they joke around about the fact that Paddington 2 is like the best movie ever, and they like watch it together and stuff. Like, that's the kind of pop culture reputation. I was looking for a word there. That's the kind of pop culture reputation that movie's got. So I think they're playing with fire by making a 3. There's no way it can be good as good as 2. I'm worried for them. I really am. Yes, sir. Barbie Oodie. Ah, yeah. Well, I like to wear it on Sundays. Well, not always the Barbie one. Sometimes I wear my Space Jam one. I alternate. But Sundays is Oodie Day. Sunday and only Sunday. That's the only 2 Oodies I've got, is Barbie and Space Jam. And they're both just memes. Oh. Did you hear about, you know, the game Ark? The survival crafting game Ark with the dinosaurs? Spelled A-R-K. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that franchise or not. It's niche. It's got its cult followers. Did you see the trailer for its new collab? I don't know if I want to spoil this for you or not. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to spoil it. Can we see it? Yeah, I've got it right here. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm just going to run it without telling you. Hang on, let me just get it off screen quickly so I can enlarge it without you seeing it. Okay. Because I was like, what the fuck? There you go. Oh, it's going to give it away immediately.
It's morphin' time.
This is real, by the way. This is actually a trailer by the developer. Yeah, buddy. I was in the long version of the theme. You don't even hear this part of the song in the show. Nobody wants the Triceratops Zord. Nobody, ever. Look at it. And why? Wait, why? Why is the Sabertooth so tiny? That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, baby. No, okay, wait. I gotta pause this real quick because this is a problem. The Zords are supposed to combine together to make a Megazord, right? The Triceratops and the Sabertooth Tiger are the legs. If the Sabertooth Tiger is like 1/3 the size of the Triceratops, the legs aren't going to make sense. That shit's going to topple over. Also, I think the mammoth is the arms. I think the mammoth opens up and wraps around the back of the T-Rex to make both arms. And then the pterodactyl becomes a chest plate. I know my Power Rangers, but I know my Power Rangers really well. I used to be into that shit when I was a kid. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, motherfucker. Goes hard. Why though? I don't know. Didn't see much features of weapons. I don't really know what they're going for with this. It might just be like a skin. Like, they're playing it up in that trailer, but for all I know, it might just be like, just some skins, and it doesn't actually change the gameplay at all. Because you'll notice that they didn't show any Zords combining to make a Megazord. I don't think it's possible. I think the Zords are just reskins of normal dinosaurs, hence the size differences. So there's probably no new weapons, no new dinosaurs, no new mechanics. It's just, you can make some of the dinosaurs look like Megazords, that's all. Oh, and the skin for the human characters, you can wear the Power Rangers outfit. And maybe, like, maybe there's some regular swords or clubs that can be reskinned to look like the Power Ranger swords, but... No, it's a collab, like, DLC update patch thing. It's just being added to the game. Which is kind of wild. I don't know. Ark is weird. It's a niche cult thing for a reason. Like, it's got its fan base, but it's not the kind of thing you play unless you're already sold on it. Like, it's a very grindy, you just live in the game. If you're into it, you basically live in it, just building shit and grinding up stuff. More so than stuff even like Monster Hunter. Like, Monster Hunter, I can see more appeal in that, even if you're a newbie, like getting them on board. But Ark is a hard sell, unless you're a diehard. I don't even know how I would sell it to somebody that's not already into it. It's just too weird. Gacha ridden? No, not really. It's not that. It's not like games like fucking what's the one with the anime girls? The gacha one. I'm really bad with names tonight, sorry, because I'm really tired. God, what's the anime girl game that's all gacha and shit? We know this. I know there's a bunch of them, like Wuthering Waves is a new one that's coming out. Honkai Star Rail's a new one that's coming out, or is out. What's the original? What's the big one called? Gacha anime bitches. 10 best gacha games worth playing. I don't want to watch a video. I hate my life. Yeah, Genshin Impact. That's the one. Fuck, thank you. Yeah, like, the Genshin Impact crowd, like, that's its own genre. Like, and they all look like anime for some reason. Ark belongs to a different crowd. That's, I think it's the same crowd you would put with Rust. Games like Rust. Maybe even, DayZ. Games that are big, open world, involve a lot of survival crafting mechanics, building little bases out of nothing, and, you know, clothing out of, like, harvested materials. But the systems for actually, like, building stuff or crafting things requires so much harvested shit that you basically like spend hours and hours and days just like traveling, harvesting, cutting down trees, gathering rocks, getting killed by other players, losing it all, starting from scratch, spending another 2 weeks building up a base, having someone invade your server, they destroy it all, end up with nothing, start from scratch. You know, Rust. You like the retro stuff in the trailer? Yeah, it's cool. I'm a little bit disappointed now that I've realized it's probably all just reskins. I never even realized before that there just isn't any Megazord. There's no Zord combining, which is the whole purpose of having fucking Zords. You need to combine those dinosaurs into one giant robot, or get out of my office. Anyway, yeah, that's super cute. The music was effing badass. The Power Rangers theme has always been badass. It's that guitar solo. You never hear that first part because you don't hear the whole song in the Power Rangers theme. You hear the badass chorus part in the middle. That's the only part you normally hear. So I'm not used to hearing all the other lyrics. Yo. Hold up. This is going to be a bit of a pivot, like, randomly, but there's a trailer out for Smile 2. I never actually got to see the first Smile, but I have a lot of people telling me that it's actually much better than you'd expect for a schlocky horror movie like this. I don't know if you remember this. It's the one where, like, people are, like, cursed with the smile curse, and when they smile at you, you catch it, and then you, like, die for some reason. I don't actually know what it's about now. I just realized from trying to explain it. All I remember is the first trailer was actually, like, really creepy. Like, weird, like, strangers would just be smiling at you from a distance. And then someone's head would turn around backwards, and their smile would, like, split their head in half or something crazy. Yeah, people said it was good. So I'm not surprised it's getting a sequel. I just didn't realize they already had a trailer out. They must have been making the sequel for a lot longer than I realized. Sorry, Genie's here. Nintendo went LRG time. I'm actually just building up to watching the Nintendo Direct. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to play this first, Genie. Sorry. I know how you feel about horror. Oh, but look, she's smiling. She's fine. Nothing scary here at all. Holy shit. The main character of Smile 2 is Lady Gaga? Interesting. Cool. This actress looks familiar. Wait, is this Jasmine from live action Aladdin?
Hello?
It's a smile demon.
Sky! What?
No, it's just a guy on drugs.
No! Get away from me! What? What is it? Get away from me!
Louis?
Oh, it's a dude. When I saw his face at the start of the trailer, I thought it was a girl. Smile demon. He did. Oh, we didn't get to see it because it's not a Red Band trailer. Boo.
Something really crazy is happening to me. I keep seeing this face everywhere.
You witnessed a death. Now it's latched onto you.
The actors they get in this the Smile films are really good at smiling like creeps.
Stop smiling!
Like the smiles are really creepy. What the fuck? That's not very realistic blood though, to be honest. That's weird looking. Oh, it's meant to look like a smile. Like the Joker's lipstick smile.
That's a pretty cool shirt you got. Want me to sign it?
Kick her in the face. Kick her in the face. Creepy child. Kick. Actually, that child looked a bit like Emma Stone in Poor Things. I think it's the eyebrows. You just heard about an interesting horror movie. I saw the TV glow. Oh yeah, we watched the trailer on a previous Sunday actually. The trailer for that movie doesn't actually make it seem like a horror movie though. It just seems like a weird A24 supernatural drama type thing. Doesn't really lean too much into anything like that seems horror-esque. But maybe that's the trailer trying to pull tricks. Trying to trick people into the cinema. The intro is giving pop star concert. Yeah, the first movie was just about regular people. It's interesting that the sequels decided to go with a main character that's like a massive pop star. That's very different. It was directed by a trans woman. Yeah, I saw the TV glow. I've heard very divisive things about that movie. I think the most interesting one is a friend of mine said that it's not the kind of movies that they like, but they were impressed by the filmmaking. So it's like they didn't like it, but they did agree that it was actually like a well-made film. It just wasn't like for them. I think it was too, like, it has that indie surreal vibe to it that not everyone gels with. Cinematography looked good, but nothing standoutish. Yeah, fair. I'd appreciate it more if I'd known more of the first part. You know what made the first movie trailer viral, I think? There's one shot at the end of the trailer for the first smile that really fucked people up. Like, it's actually like a really good trailer moment. And I think it's what sold tickets to the movie. I'm going to show it to you, actually. I'm not going to show you the whole trailer, because we watched it on stream ages ago before the movie came out, but there is a pretty amazing part at the end of the trailer that is fucking mortifying. I'm not sure if it's what trailer it's in. Oh, it's this trailer. Okay, I found it. I'm going to skip to the end. Here we go. I'm also going to full screen this so you get the full impact of this effect, because it's a really well done effect. All right, here we go. You ready?
I'm just really scared that something bad is going to happen.
Yo! Oh, fuck. I would love to know how they did that. It looks weirdly practical. I don't know why. There's something that looks like it actually happened for real. Like, it didn't look like a CG effect. But holy shit, that's such a good trailer shot. I feel like that decision, putting that shot at the end of this trailer, I think that's what made the first movie successful. I swear to God, it sold tickets on that alone. Because that is a good jump scare. It does ruin it for the actual movie, because in the movie itself, you would know that's coming, so it wouldn't get you, which is a shame. Because in the film, that would have been a top moment. Hang on, hang on. Let me scrub back real quick. I want to see the face. Yeah, some of the actors they get to be possessed and do the smiling shit are just way too good at looking like a psychopath when they smile. There she is. How the fuck are you doing that? Oh no. Alright. That's that. See, the problem with Smile is that they were taking a massive risk with this movie, because there's a lot of horror movies that are been coming out the last 2 to 3 years that are exactly like this. Like Truth or Dare, for example. There's a lot of really trash horror movies that are they're based on really basic concepts, like, oh, it's a demon that makes you smile and your head explodes. Or it's the game Truth or Dare, but the demon kills you if you don't do the truth or the dare properly. Like, there's fucking tons of them. The Bye-Bye Man, like stuff like that. They're all based on like one simple concept or one simple well-known children's game or something that are just turned into demonic curse bullshit. And they're all bad. they're all like just so cheap and just completely uninspired. Like there's nothing about them that elevates them or makes them fun or interesting. They're just cash grabs. That's, I think, the thing that Smile did right, is that they actually made a good movie within that genre of shit movies and somehow succeeded out of that throng, which is kind of remarkable, because if you make a movie in a genre that is like just completely shit, you're probably not going to make a lot of money because people don't give a shit about your movie because they're going to assume it's shit like all the others. Somehow Smile like avoided that trap. Like they made a movie in the middle of a bunch of other movies that shouldn't have allowed it to succeed, and somehow it succeeded. And people actually discovered that it was not a bad movie, and they went and they gave it money. And I guess that's as wholesome a success story as you can get in such a trashy field. This is a good comment. The final shot was basically, we expected it, but damn, we didn't expect it. Everyone in the comments is just commenting on that last shot. It's pretty funny. Don't tell me it has corny jump scares. I'm sure Smile has plenty of jump scares, but the thing is, there's a difference between jump scares as a crutch in horror movies because you just suck as a filmmaker and that's all you got, and doing it well. Like, the key to a good jump scare is literally not seeing it coming. And there being actual purpose behind it. Like, if someone is standing there quietly and a cat jumps out of a bin, that's a bad jump scare because it's not instigated by something that actually means anything. It's cheap. It's just cheap filmmaking. But you do get pretty decent horror movies sometimes that'll have like a jump scare that is like legitimate. Like, it not only does it scare you, like it legitimately catches you off guard, but in a way that you couldn't have predicted, or that builds it up in a way that like misdirects you and then like gets you good. But it also, it's not just cat out of trash can. It's something that actually is important to the plot, or is actually like intrinsic to the film. That means something. It's not just like a jump scare for no reason. I think one of the most common like 90s, 2000s version of doing a good jump scare was pretending like it's just a fake throwaway jump scare that means nothing, to hide the fact that something much more important happens directly afterwards. Like, the real jump scare comes after the fake jump scare. But I think even that's now been done to death, so it's hard to even pull that off. Underwhelmed but maybe sold on the concept. I mean, it's still a trashy category of horror. That's, make no mistake. It's just that movies like Smile are examples of movies that are better than they need to be for such a trashy subgenre of horror. There's still way better genres of horror out there. Like, I still think It Follows is an amazing horror film. And that's not a film that relies on jump scares. In fact, it's almost the opposite. Like, It Follows is about a curse where, like, the curse takes the form of making it look like someone's following you from a distance at all times. So, like, the movie takes place entirely in the daylight, and a character will just be sitting there on the grass talking to a friend, and you can just see something in the distance, out of focus, like constantly walking towards the main character. And the scene will be like a long scene of them just chatting, and you're just constantly watching this thing in the background walking. And like, it's unnerving. Like, it's, you know what I mean? It's like the opposite of a jump scare. A jump scare is there's nothing, and then suddenly there's something. In It Follows, it's the reverse. There's always something. You always know where it is. It's always in the distance. It's always coming towards you, but you can't do anything about it. You can run away. You can stay away from it, but it's always going to be there, like slowly on its way to you. So it's the slow burn. It's the psychological, unnerving buildup of that is like so well done in It Follows. First trailer was much better. Well, that second trailer wasn't the second. That was the first movie, the one that was already successful. I was just showing you the jump scare in the trailer that everyone loved so much that sold the tickets. It's very different looking from the second film. The second film's got a more interesting setup, because you can't just make another movie about a bunch of nobodies being cursed. Like, having it be like literally Lady Gaga, who like lives in a whole different tier of society. I think that's a lot more interesting. They're at least keeping it fresh, you know what I mean? Oh, hang on. Before I walk away from horror, there's a new trailer for Maxine, the trailer 2. Kinda horror. I don't really know what to call it though. Would you call these movies horror movies? I don't really know. They're A24. I don't know if you guys have seen X or what was the sequel? This is the 3rd film in the franchise. What was the sequel called? Mandy? I think it was called Mandy. A direct sequel to X. Yeah, because Mandy was a prequel, I think. Let me just make sure I got that correct. X film series. No, Pearl. Why did I call it Mandy? I just pulled that out of my ass. I got that completely wrong. Yeah, the first movie is called X. Pearl is the prequel that happens like a decade before X. And now Maxine is the actual direct sequel to X. If it reveals the entity of a smile in the first one, I'll probably give it up. A friend of mine that went to see it told me that there's a pretty gnarly gore visual effect at the end of the movie. There's something that happens to a person that is like really disgusting, but it's like an amazing practical or visual effect of gore. I think someone literally splits open and something comes out of them. Something really fucked up. Anyway, if you haven't seen any of these movies, they're really good. X was about a film crew that goes to like an old farmhouse to film a porno, and then like the old lady, who I think's name is Pearl, becomes obsessed with them, and her lost youth as an actress, and starts to like kill the film crew. Does it capture similar effect to The Ring? I'm not sure. I never actually saw the first Smile. The sequel, or the prequel, Pearl, is about the old lady when she was young and what drove her crazy to be like a psycho and into a serial killer. And I don't know what Maxine is about. This new one. I think it's what the old lady does to the people in the first movie. I think it's what causes the actress that survived the first movie to go crazy and become just like Pearl. That's my hunch. But I'm not sure.
A24 presents.
God, A24 is good. Just banger after banger.
Follow up to a film that possessed a nation. The Puritan 2.
Cut! The blood's wrong. Molly Bennett, meet Max.
Making movies is fun, but
Pleased to meet you.
I like watching movies
Sorry.
about making movies.
We've all got blood on our hands now.
The past.
Oh, it's the last movie in the trilogy. They're gonna leave it here.
Whatever happens, show business. You never work in this town again.
Fucking Kevin Bacon.
Maxine, what are you hiding?
I've seen the devil stalking me. I can feel his power.
Maxine's going crazy. I think there's another serial killer, and I think it's going to drive her to be crazier and become one herself.
Will spit you right back up. Time to pay for your sins.
It's America's new scream queen.
Maxine fucking Minx.
It's a good porn name, though. Maxine Minx.
Nicely done. Thank you.
Acting. I love the 80s vibe of that. Western meets Valley. Trailer's commendable for not being predictable. None of these three movies are... all three of these movies are interesting. And it put Mia Goth on the map. Like, Mia Goth is a good actress, but like... the reason she's big now is because of this franchise. These three movies in a row. Like, the characters she plays in these movies are... like, obviously she plays a different character between the first and second film, because she plays the young version of the old lady from the first movie in the second, so it's a bit confusing. But, yeah, there's an amazing... I don't know if you haven't seen it, it's hard to describe, but there's an amazing shot of her at the end of the movie where she's just looking directly at the camera and it holds for ages as she like has this internal mental breakdown. That's the moment when people are like, okay, Mia Goth is a movie star. That's actually it in the thumbnail there. You can't really see that, it's too small. It's a good franchise. I like it a lot. We just stop looking at horror movies, eh? Here, like, let me throw something totally different out. Just because of all the horror movies. Let's watch the second trailer for The Wild Robot. The first trailer almost made me cry. I actually had a single tear in my eye at the first trailer for this, so I'd love to see what the second trailer's like. This only came out like a week and a bit ago. 2 weeks ago, yeah. If you didn't see the first trailer for this, it's an animated film about a robot that gets lost in the wilderness and becomes friends with animals and starts to learn what nature's all about. It looks fucking adorable. I'm so down for this movie. It's got a great art style too. It's like CG, but it looks like it's been sketched over.
0300 hours, a number of
it's got like a painterly texture to it.
Were lost in a typhoon. Chance of recovery is unlikely.
Do you need assistance?
This movie's gonna make me feel feels, man.
Aggression detected.
I'm not gonna make it through the end of this movie without
I see your problem.
shedding a tear, I'm telling you now.
Processing language.
You need to learn how
It actually learnt the language of animals? Okay.
Hello.
Goslings in print on the first thing they see. Which would be you? You're his mother now.
I do not have the programming.
No one does.
He needs to swim and fly.
Swimming's easy. I can teach him the way my mom taught me. Swim!
I didn't know the animals were gonna talk. In the first trailer, there's no dialogue at all. That's actually taken me by surprise a little bit.
Protect him. He's got to leave this island by fall.
Right, Bill?
It is more dangerous for him than anyone else. But he has a chance. If where his wings end, his heart can pay the balance.
This robot is gonna sacrifice itself at the end for the animals. I'm telling you now, my money is on self-sacrifice. And then we're all gonna fucking cry.
You should not feel anything at all.
Mom? No!
Sometimes, to survive, we must become more than we were programmed to be.
Nice.
I will protect all of you.
You are ordered to return home.
I am already home. And
Aww.
I am a wild robot.
Yeah, DreamWorks, go hard. I wonder if they were inspired by Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem, and Into the Spider-Verse with the visual style. Because they could have just made it look like a normal CG movie, like Pixar stuff. But they went with the whole, like, give it a filter so that everything kind of looks like sketchy paint textures. Like it was painted on an easel, but it's still 3D at the same time. I feel like a lot of CG movies are starting to be more creative with their style, rather than just be 3D. Just be like generic, straight, flat 3D. Textureless bullshit 3D. It's like when you watch the original Toy Story. You ever go back to the first Toy Story? It's It is so goddamn textureless. Like, everything looks weirdly flat and bland. Like, in my head, I remember it being much better. But actually go back to it and compare it to Toy Story 3 and 4. The first one is rough, man. But it is like one of the first movies to pioneer like that full CG look. So you gotta be kind to it. Okay. That didn't pull on my feels as much as trailer 1. But I think only because trailer 1 has got no dialogue. It's full dialogueless trailer. Which I thought the movie was going to be. I thought like the animals and the robot were not going to talk. I thought it was going to be all visual. Which I think would be quite powerful. But, I mean, either or. I'm happy either way, whatever. I don't think it's going to make the movie worse. I just didn't know. I just didn't know it was actually going to have talking. That would have been a lot bolder a move, I think, if they went with the no dialogue thing. It would have forced them to be more visually emotional, which I think could have been interesting, but that's a different film. I'm just making my own movie in my head at this point. That's not fair on them. Let me grab something at random. Just because I saw Matt Damon's face. Matt Damon's face is on this thumbnail. The Instigators. Never heard of it. Matt Damon, Hong Chow, Alfred Molina. I don't know who Hong Chow is. But Alfred Molina is Doc Ock, so yay. Matt Damon hasn't played a superhero yet, has he? Wait, no, he is... Hang on. He's in Thor Ragnarok as a cameo. When, at the start of the movie, when Loki is secretly in disguise as Odin and like ruling, there's a play going on in front of him, and it's got like actors playing Thor and Loki and all that. And I think Matt Damon is the guy that's playing fake Thor in the stage play in front of Loki in disguise as Odin. That's that took a lot of explaining. But, I mean, does that mean that Matt Damon can't play any superheroes now in the MCU because he played a random actor cameo in Ragnarok? I don't know what the rules are, man. There are other actors that have played multiple roles in the MCU. The lady who plays the villain in Luke Cage Season 2 and 3. She is the woman who lost her family and kids in Age of Ultron that gets angry at Tony at the beginning of Civil War and makes Tony flip and turn on Captain America and all them. It does happen a lot if you know where to look. Actors constantly play like the same role in the same universe. What trailer is this? Oh, this is called The Instigators. I don't know what it is. I just saw the thumbnail. It had Matt Damon's face in it, so I thought I'd check it out just to see what's what.
Rory.
Look, see, there he
Do you
is.
want to fix things with your son?
Couldn't look him in the eye. Mortgage, back child support. That's on me.
Rory, are you sure you've tried everything?
Not everything.
He pays child support. It's Matt Damon on child support, the movie.
Once in a lifetime score. You the Marine?
Yeah.
You the ex-con?
Yeah,
Casey Affleck?
You're gonna cast aspersions at me, guy. Go. Go. Stop talking.
No alcohol detected.
Oh my god.
Been about a week. The mayor is gonna be holding a party on election night. And there's gonna be money there. Like money
Oh, they're
once
robbing
I've
It's your first trial.
Okay.
I know what I'm doing.
A little late for a credit change, ain't it? What are you, 60?
Quick question. If I'm given
They're
instructions and
robbing
they're
a
not going up,
politician's
just
rally,
say,
I have a gun.
which is an amazing thing to
What are
rob.
you doing?
Nobody likes politicians.
Taking notes on a criminal conspiracy.
Get down on the floor! Get on the... Tie him up! You got like 6 zip ties, genius. I have a gun!
Yeah, there's a lot of chefs in there. Oh, Doug Liman.
Those guys before the cops do.
He's a good director.
And put them
Yeah,
down
Mr.
before
and
they
Mrs.
can
Smith,
talk.
Born Identity.
Everybody in New England is after us. I gotta speak to you. I
really need you right now, Doc.
I would be breaking the law.
What if I took you hostage? I mean, like, you know, with your permission.
What kind of conversation is this?
You're gonna love him.
The fuck?
Rory, you are driving recklessly.
I'm in the middle of a high-speed car chase.
Think about the person you want it to be.
What kind of person do you want to be?
I love the dialogue in this already.
You walk out with me.
But I'm their hostage. And they're a psychiatrist.
Damn.
You're underpaid.
Yeah, well.
There's a lot of car chase action in this. Oh, it's an Apple TV Plus movie. Bad choices and upbeat action. I like the fact that even though they're doing something criminal, they keep the characters likable by making sure that the thing that they're robbing is something that people don't care about. Like, if they're just robbing the money that's available from a politician's rally, then people are just like, I don't know. Like, if you were robbing a charity or a fucking children's hospital, the audience immediately hates the characters. You know what I mean? Or like an animal rescue shelter. If you're like blowing up or robbing an animal rescue shelter, immediately you hate the characters. A politician rally? Meh. It'd be like if you found out like a bunch of criminals robbed like a recent Trump rally in Texas or something. Like, you wouldn't really give a shit. You'd be like, oh, that's hilarious. I wonder how much money they got away with. Like, it wouldn't register at all on a moral, ethical, or emotional level. Because no one gives a fuck about politicians. Same plot from The Wire. Oh, the Ben Affleck movie. The one he directed. Yeah. I've seen that. Is that what it was called? The Wire? No, wait. I'm thinking of The Town. Did you mean The Town? Because The Wire is a TV show. Ben Affleck's a good director, actually. The Town is good. Gone Baby Gone is probably his best movie, directing and writing-wise. I love Gone Baby Gone. Got a very complicated ending. Like, morally, the ending is very divisive. I've watched friends argue over the end of that movie that believe different things about what happened. It's very interesting. You know what's really surprising? This movie has Casey Affleck in it in a supporting role to Matt Damon, but he's not in the title. In the title, they wrote Matt Damon, Hong Chow, and Alfred Molina. I'm guessing Hong Chow is the lady that plays the therapist that they kidnap and use as a hostage. Like, Alfred Molina was barely in that trailer. It was all like Casey Affleck and Matt Damon. But Casey doesn't get to be in the title? Oh, is it because he was cancelled or something? Are people still mad at Casey Affleck for something? Is that why they're not, like, marketing it with his name? I can't remember every single celebrity's cancel status, unfortunately. He might be one of them that people are shitty at for some reason. His personality is appealing. Yeah, solid cast. The writing looks good. Like, the situations and the dialogue actually looked pretty entertaining. It wasn't cheesy. It was interesting. That was better than I expected for something I just clicked on at random, just out of the blue, just from a thumbnail. I've never even heard of it. Oh, you know what I have seen? Let me just change things up a little bit again, if you like action movies. Have you seen the teaser trailer for the movie Kill? It's an Indian film. Like, the same crew that do, like, Bollywood shit, except they made their own, like, John Wick movie. Like, imagine, like, Bollywood, except take out the musical stuff and the dancing, and basically, like, do it John Wick style. But it's been going off. Like, here it is here. I don't believe I've seen this teaser, but I don't believe we watched it on stream. Somebody else showed it to me. This is a very rare type of movie to come out of India because, you know, they like certain kinds of movies with certain kinds of tones and subject matter. They don't normally make movies like this that appeal directly to a Western audience. What's the reviews looking like? I don't think it's out. I've only seen the teaser, so I think it's still coming out. It's got a 94% on Rotten Tomatoes. It came out in independent theaters in Australia on the 4th of July, so it is out in some countries. Potentially not all, though. You can definitely see it in Australia. Hang on, let me check the IMDb. How dope is the poster? The movie's been done since last year. It's just movies like this sometimes take a while to come out internationally. Haven't watched much Bollywood. Well, I wouldn't think of it as Bollywood because, like, when you think Bollywood, you think like 4-hour movie that has romance, comedy, action, horror, musical, dance sequences. Like, the thing with Bollywood is they put everything into one movie. Like, a Bollywood movie is just a Bollywood movie. It's not a comedy. It's not an action movie. It's not horror. They always have all of it in there. Like, it's kind of weird like that. Like, I've watched Bollywood movies where if you skipped 2 hours, if you started watching up to an hour, and then you skipped to hour 3.5, it would feel like you're watching a whole different movie. This is not like that. This is more like what a Western movie looks like, where they're just like, we're just going to make a violent action movie where someone's wife gets grabbed and he fucks everybody up. And it's super gory. So calling it Bollywood is maybe doing it a disservice because people imagine a specific thing when you say that. All right, here you go. It all takes place on a train, too. Like a bottle film. Stick everybody on a train, make them kill each other.
Please prepare for departure. We hope you have a safe, pleasant.
I think it's some kind of terrorist attack that takes over the train, and this guy's wife gets grabbed.
Thank you.
Damn! People get wrecked in this movie. I think it's pretty much a hard R, just for violence. That guy got flushed. A lot of people get stabbed.
We hope you
Gross.
enjoyed the ride.
That was a very squelchy Foley. Yeah, it's pretty much just straight up terrorists take over train, hero's wife gets grabbed, hero basically goes on a killing spree. Which is much simpler than most, like, Indian films. Like, I've seen a bunch of, like, Bollywood films, and they literally are, like, 4-hour movies. And so much stuff happens in them. This is, like, them making a movie the way Americans make movies. I have an Indian friend that actually works over there. I went to film school with him, and he went back to India when he was done, and he became a cinematographer. And he said that people over there do talk about that movie a lot, because it's like, you actually saw it in the trailer. It popped up on screen at one point. In text. He said it's very well known over there as like the most violent Indian film ever made. Yeah, here it is. Most violent and goriest film India's ever produced. He was telling me that as well before I even saw the trailer. Because normally they don't go that hard with violence. That's more of like a John Wick American thing. Blip. Oh shit. Oh shit, there's a full trailer out. Oh, dude. Wasn't expecting the gore. Nobody was. Indian films that don't normally get that gory. No, there's a full trailer out 10 days ago. It's actually really recent. I've seen that trailer like maybe a month ago, like a couple of weeks ago. But as of 10 days ago, there's actually a full trailer out. I didn't even know. Hang on. It's probably going to be just like the same as what we just saw, but just more of it. I mean, how much more can you put in a trailer for such a simple concept? It's just going to be more people getting stabbed in the face. Oh, sweet. We get to actually see one that I haven't seen. Groovy. Yes, Indian John Wick. That's how the word of mouth has been marketing it. And it's working. People are digging it.
Happy 4th anniversary. Yes.
Oh my god, he proposes to her on the train where she gets grabbed. They're not even married yet. Even the subtitles are cool. Like the font style. This summer. Get your neck cracked, son. It's like, oh, it actually feels better now. This is what it comes to. They got a better soundtrack than the first trailer. Oh shit. That guy's head got curb stomped. That's an interesting way to break a neck. Never seen that before. She's pretty. Someone that you'd kill a whole train full of men for. Uses that fire extinguisher a lot. That must be really unpleasant, getting a fire extinguisher to the mouth. Those are chemicals, man. I love this. That's probably my favorite shot in both trailers, when that guy gets head slammed to the toilet. That's hilarious. Pretending to be one of the dead bodies. Cold. Oh, what? Did you just feed him lighter fluid? Yes, he did. Did you hear the Foley of that guy swallowing the lighter fluid? Made a gulp noise. Immediate Ghost Rider shot right at the end. That's amazing. That definitely was in the first trailer. Mr. Head on fire at the end here. Why would you willingly swallow, though, if someone put fuel in your mouth? He deserves this. Yeah, the soundtrack was going much harder in that second trailer. That hip-hop track. I don't know who that music is from, but I think I've heard it before. That this is what it comes to. Like, I feel like I've heard that song before. I immediately knew how the whole thing went. Seconds into it. I don't know who could have done that, though. I don't know, whatever. I was about to look it up, but now I just lost interest. Doesn't matter. That looks fun. If it's been out in Australia since the beginning of July... Wait. Was it the beginning of June or beginning of July? Oh, it might have been July. Which means it comes out in like a week and a bit. A week and a half. Cool. All right. We're about to get the movie. I got the months wrong. Neat. She's about to drop. Sound like the song was a conversation with himself. The visuals are insane. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty common thing with Indian films, though, like Bollywood in general, is that audio-visually, their movies are incredible. Like, any Bollywood movie you might watch, even if it's 4 hours long, like, every single second of those 4 hours is, like, top-tier filmmaking. Like, their camera work, their set design, the color grade, like, everything about their visual design is immaculate. They're masters of the craft, technically. It's just that not everybody could sit through a 4-hour movie that is like an over-the-top, action, like Fast and Furious action movie 1 second, and then a musical the next second. Like, it could seem like a little bit of tonal whiplash to Western audiences. But I think Indian people just see it as bang for your buck. If you're paying money for a movie ticket, you get 4 hours of every single genre of movie, which is amazing. I like the cut of their jib. I like the way they think. I should probably move on to the Nintendo Direct. I've been dawdling on it a little bit. Catching up on some random movie trailers. Nintendo. Oh, hang on. What's Hollywood Animal? Oh, it's a movie. Hang on, it's a movie studio. I think we've seen a teaser for this once. Okay, I'm gonna watch this first, and then I'm gonna hit the Nintendo Direct because I really like management games like this. I had was it Sid Meier that made it? I had that movie. I had that game, The Movies, on PC, where you get to build a movie studio, and then you actually get to like manage it and then make movies with it. I love that game. It was like SimCity, except just a movie studio. You get to build the sets and everything. Western audience would be confused. Yeah, Western audiences don't like. They like. How do I put it? They like predictable genres. They like if you're going to see a comedy, it needs to feel like a comedy. Like they're there for comedy. Like Western audiences get confused if like movies just completely change train tracks into a whole different tone. Like if you're there because you paid for an action movie and it turns into a comedy or if it turns into a musical, like it trips people out. They don't know how to feel about it. Anyway, let's check this out.
There is one immutable fact in the world of cinema. Undeniable, absolute, immortal, sacrosanct. Something that exceeds mere ideas.
A giant shadowy hexagon.
And individual people. Something greater than even the sum of all its parts. And that thing is... You've always got to make a quick buck with a shameless sequel. That's what calls us here today. Our last film, Dexter Storm, was the surprise...
You have to research the concept of making sequels in your research tab? That's random.
...of 1959. But if we're going to release a sequel, we'll need to pick that upgrade. Sure, we can spend some extra money and influence points to speed up the process, but it's still going to take some time. Time enough to get everything nice and ready. In the original
this
film,
is like a full
dashing
gameplay
cowboy
rundown of how the
Dexter
game
Storm
works.
Rescues a helpless maiden from the clutches of Slumpy Chuck and his gang. Of course, shooting a dozen villains in the process, but that's not enough.
You get to make all the decisions about what kind of movie it is?
Battles
Sick.
with hundreds of extras, horses, stunts. We're talking huge sets. We'll need to build a soundstage of absolutely indecent proportions. And to make the
This is an interesting graphic style.
just as defiantly pompous, we'll need a props and decorations department. We'll hire the most reliable contractors. We don't want any surprises on this one.
That's unique.
We need to work on the story too. Naturally, we've got to
You don't
show
see many
our
building
viewers the same
games
thing they saw the
where you
last
get to
time, but
choose
we also
what
need to
building
make them
company
believe
does the
they're
construction
watching
for
something
you.
new. Slumpy Chuck
And they've
escapes
got
from prison and kidnaps
and they seem to have like competitive prices and stuff compared to each other.
the unfortunate Gracie again, who by now is legally married to Dexter Storm and bearing their first child.
The return of Dexter
and that
Storm.
evil bastard Chuck, well,
As someone with a degree in like from film school who's made short films,
let's
like
get someone from the script department to come up with a fresh
I find this shit fascinating. Like I'd love to play this game and make a bunch of
Torture in
fake movies.
captivity. Just what we need to shake up our complacent theater audience, yeah? Of course, Chuck got a little carried away when an enraged Dexter Storm storms the bandit camp alone. Gracie is
It looks like you get to come up with so many of
Dexter chases
like
him
when
through
your
the
studio
desert for
makes a
5 days
film.
and 5 nights, and finally puts
You
a
get to really
bullet
decide
in
like
his
every
forehead.
element of the
But
script for your
revenge won't
film.
quiet our hero's burning soul. In the end, Dexter Storm
Except for
goes in
writing it
search
yourself.
of new adventures. You know, in case we want to milk this rubbish for another sequel. Unfortunately, we won't be getting great marks on continuity. After the first film, our
Like if this was just a basic management game, you would just build the buildings and they would make you money and you'd build more like it would just be a management simulator of just like a generic business. The fact that they put so much effort into the whole layer of the gameplay of actually making the movies and deciding on the genre and the different script elements and which actor plays what character. You get to name the characters yourself. You get to name the movie. I bet you have to do market research into what people are liking. Like if people are currently really into Westerns and are really into revenge stories, then that you'd create a, like you'd put a movie into production that like uses those elements so that people would dig it more. And then the movie would make more money.
Started starring in the cheap westerns our
It's a good system.
churn out. Then one day he went on the set so boozed up he was practically
You notice the
sleepwalking,
details
fell
more?
off a horse and broke his neck.
Well, it's just interesting
like
to me.
I always say, you can mix alcohol and heroin during production, but never for more than 50 shooting days in a row.
Someone died.
Audiences don't like it too much when you replace an actor. We need to get a legend. There's only one guy for the part, and that's Chris Penkin. But for some reason, the idiot decided he'd retire at the peak of his career. You'll have to use an unconventional approach to get him on board.
God, there's so many mechanics to this.
In a cabin in the forest before they brought him here to Hollywood.
You can kidnap him. You can kidnap him and force him to do the movie.
Let's give him a little trip down memory lane. Sometimes you can't beat a little torture in captivity. Life imitates
Chance
art,
of
they
dying
say.
under torture,
Anyway,
50%.
Penkin's happy to sign the contract, and the ribs will mend in 5
Oh,
to
it
6
win.
weeks.
It worked.
Just when we're
He
wrapping
agreed to be in the
pre-production.
film.
Not everybody is
Well, that was
working
sus.
with Penkin. He can be a little wild and hot-tempered. Our director has already had 2 heart attacks. He doesn't think he'll survive a third. We've put him in a beautiful villa, made him more willing to take the risk. We
Wow,
used
there's
the same actors for the other roles.
so many
We're
mechanics to
filming
this.
nearly everything inside our giant soundstage. What could go wrong? Penkin, that arrogant baboon, went to a restaurant for the first time in years and got so angry when the waiter spilled some wine that he made the boy lick it off the floor. The press will be
What?
hammering that drum when it's time for the film's release.
Oh, PR disasters.
The situation on the set isn't any better. Penkin has been all over the director from day one, whining about.
Is
the
this what
script.
Golden Age
That
Hollywood was
Neanderthal
like?
can
You
hardly
could literally
read,
just
but he
kidnap
can say
actors and
he's
force
never
them to
seen
make
such wooden
movies.
dialogue in his life. We did our best, but the director's heart couldn't take the abuse. We had to find a replacement pronto.
The director had a heart attack.
Filming keeps dragging
Nope, there we go,
on,
new
but they're
director.
spending money at breakneck speed. Penkin is on everyone's last nerve. He's always late on set, takes any criticism like an insult, and throws tantrums
you
out
did
of the blue.
torture him,
Couple of weeks of
motherfucker.
this, and the new director is already careening for the madhouse. He made quite an extravagant gesture, shot a horse dead right in front of Penkin, just
Jesus.
to show him who was in charge. Penkin says he can't.
There
stop
is so
thinking
many
about it.
things that
He can't
happen on the set of a
concentrate on
film.
his part, so
It's
filming
kind of
is moving
insane.
even more slowly. To get the film out this year, we're moving to 14-hour days and 7-day weeks, scrapping some scenes and shooting almost everything in one take. Doesn't matter how bad it is. The crew has been on edge for a long time, so to help smooth things over, we're increasing the level of landscape.
I'm just like, I find it hilarious
Studio more beautiful.
how many mechanics this game has. It
The
just keeps
return
on
of
adding more
Dexter
shit.
Storm has barely wrapped, and the
There's so
results
many
are
different ways to
already
play
depressing.
this.
The film's artistic appeal is in the toilet. It doesn't take a focus group to tell you when you've made an exemplary piece of shit. But has any of that ever stopped one shameless sequel from cashing
You get
in
to
at the
pick your
box
poster
office?
as well, nice.
Not even one.
Hey, as long as it makes
We
money.
picked Thanksgiving weekend for
You
the
get to
premiere,
pick the
just like most
distribution
of our
period
competitors.
of when the film comes out.
But we have
Wow.
friends who can help us clear the calendar.
It's actually smart as well, because if you get to pick on the timetable when the movie comes out in the cinema, like what period on the calendar, you get to counter-program it. Counter-programming, if you don't know, is when you release your film to go up against films that are of opposing genres. Like, if there's a bunch of comedies coming out at the end of February and you're releasing an action movie, that's a good time to release your action movie because that's counter-programming. Anyone that doesn't want to go see a comedy, their only other option is to go see your movie, the action film. Counter-programming works. Like, if there's a bunch of romantic comedies coming out at the beginning of January and you're making a romantic comedy, bad time to release your film because that means moviegoers have competition to pick from. So you're going to get like 1/3 of your ticket sales because people are like going to the other romantic comedies that are yours. But if you put your romantic comedy on the release window at the same time as a horror movie, then you're going to get all the people that don't want to go see the horror movie. They're going to have to come see your romantic comedy. You see what I mean? It's genius.
Yeah. we'll have the police.
Also,
spend the
don't
next
go up
few
against
weeks
blockbusters.
raiding every
If
other
Marvel's
studio in
releasing a
town.
movie, don't release your
That'll
movie that
make it hard
weekend.
to finish their movies on time, and it wouldn't hurt to buy up all the prime advertising space in the country for the next few weeks.
You get to
But
pick
even
the
that
advertising period as
There's
well.
one organization that can promote our film through its own channels. They seem like good boys, and they have a nice leader. A bad person wouldn't go around calling himself an imperial wizard, would he? No. Aside from that, we just need a handful of cash to cover up that scandal with Pinkin at the restaurant, and we are ready for release.
Cool. How much more could happen?
See right through it, but the audience loves it.
Critics gave it 1 star. The audience gave it A+.
The first month at the box office, the studio raked in a record $29 million.
When are you playing this on stream? I don't know. I don't even know when this comes out. This is a new game. It's not actually out yet.
That's not the end of it. Because in the world of cinema, there's one immutable fact.
Sequel.
Undeniable, absolute, immortal, sacrosanct.
Yeah.
Something that exceeds mere ideas, technologies, and individual people.
Money.
Something greater than the sum of all its parts, and that thing
The God of Cowboys.
You can always make extra money on the merchandise.
Oh. Well, yeah. Okay. Merchandising. This is cool. I think it's a little bit exhausting watching, like, a video explaining it all like that, because there's just so much going on. The mechanics are insane. I'm going to keep that off to the side, because I'm going to show someone that later. That I think will find that interesting. Hey, Sham. Diggity-doo. Curious to know what your top 5 favorite movies of all time are? Oh, that's hard. The thing is, if you've watched movies your entire life and you're a movie buff and you've done media production at uni and you've done film school and all this stuff, I've seen so many movies and I like and hate so many movies in equal measure. It's hard to decide on like 5 or even 1. You know what I mean? Like if I had to make a list of like my top 5 favorite movies, I could start listing movies that might be on that list, but I'd end up listing like 50, and then I wouldn't know which ones to make the top 5. Like it would be very difficult. It's like with music people as well. I asked a music friend this once. That's like a huge muso. And it's like deciding on your top 3 songs if you're like really into music is like ridiculous. Best actors. I feel like we talked about this recently. With somebody. I wonder who that was. That's a toughie as well. You know what movie I do like a lot? Rocky Horror Picture Show. I used to watch that on VHS when I was a little kid. We had a lot of VHS tapes on the shelf. But it's one of the reasons I think I grew up loving musicals. And Rocky Horror was a weird-ass musical. Top 3 best numbers. 8, 69, and 12. There you go. That was easy. You performed it in primary school? Holy shit. A primary school rendition of Rocky Horror Picture Show? That's bizarre. I feel like if I was watching a primary school play and the Touch Me song came on, I would feel very uncomfortable. I'd probably have to leave because Chris Hansen's about to walk in. I hate it. It's transphobic. What are we talking about here? Rocky Horror? Is that because of the Frankenfurter character? I've never seen that. I've never seen Rocky Horror as transphobic myself, but then again, I'm also not trans, so I'm looking at it with a different lens. And also, it's a movie I grew up watching since childhood, so it's kind of like a staple in my brain. Like literally one of my favorite movies. And I can also sing all the lyrics. I know all the lyrics off the top of my head for every song. You would have to go 7, 69, and 420. Somehow I knew that 69 and 420 were going to be in there. Everyone picks 69 as one of theirs for sure. 8 is actually my favorite number though. Like, legitimately. I wasn't joking about that one. You know what's another good musical? Actually, going back to old stuff. Little Shop of Horrors. The one with the giant plant, Audrey 2, with Rick Moranis. That's a really fun movie. And it's a movie about an alien plant, like, eating everybody and taking over the world. Which is awesome. Although the stage play is better. I've seen it live on stage. And in the stage version, the plants win at the end and eat everybody and take over the planet. It's got a really bleak ending, but the song at the end is... The song at the end is called Don't Feed the Plants, as the plants are, like, destroying humanity. So good. Name one good actor. Daniel Day-Lewis. I can't think of a single bad performance that Daniel Day-Lewis has ever given. Pretty sure that man is, like, swinging nothing but home runs. You know who's really coming up in the world? Cillian Murphy. Like, he used to be, like, a fairly underrated actor. You'd see him occasionally in things, but no one ever really talked about him. He was the lead in Oppenheimer recently. Christopher Nolan's film. Cillian has been around for a while. You've probably seen him in movies where you don't even remember he was in the movie. But he's a very good actor. He's only just recently got a glow up because of Nolan. But he's apparently amazing in that Peaky Blinders show. He's in a show too. Yeah, Peaky Blinders is the one you're thinking of. That's actually the one that most people know him for before Oppenheimer. But Oppenheimer's got more mainstream success. Isn't Ceiling with a K? I think it is a K sound. I tend to change it in my brain. Like, every other day I'll say it either Cillian or Killian. I think it's because it's not locked into my brain as one or the other, so I always change it depending on, like, how I feel. It's always random. Oh, I didn't forget about your link either. Sham. We were just talking lots of shit. Fave movie soundtrack album. Ooh. There's a couple of ways to answer that, actually. Like, if I was going to pick a movie soundtrack album based on musicals, Chicago would have to be right up there. Chicago is nothing but bangers and show tunes. If you were to look at movies that aren't musicals, just for their soundtrack alone, can I give you a controversial one because the movie's not good? Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch is... Jeannie's going to disagree with me on this because I think Jeannie likes this movie. I don't think... Sucker Punch is not a good movie. I will stand by that. It is interesting. It is a good failed experiment. It's worth watching just as a fascinating piece of auteur cinema for how it doesn't work, in my opinion. But it actually has a banging soundtrack. And it does work better as a music video. Like, Sucker Punch makes for a great trailer. Like, the trailer for Sucker Punch is dope. Because all those really cool, different fantasy sequences, when you squeeze them into a trailer, it makes the movie look super hype. But then you watch the movie, and it's like, this is actually kind of lame. Like, this doesn't actually make as much sense as I think Snyder thinks it does. Haven't seen, so my opinion's not valid. It's probably worth watching just just for cinema history's sake. It's interesting. It's just, I would chalk it up as a failed experiment. But here's the thing with failed experiments: even though they're not good movies, sometimes you can like them even though. Like, I don't like Sucker Punch, but I find it interesting as a failed experiment. Another example, Speed Racer. I also think Speed Racer is not technically a good movie, and it's also a failed experiment. But I like Speed Racer. Like, unlike Sucker Punch, I've watched Speed Racer many times and enjoy it quite a lot. I'm not going to recommend it to anybody. I'm not going to fight for it as a good movie. If someone comes to me and says it's a bad movie and explains all the reasons why, I will say, yeah, I agree. And all your reasons are valid. I still like it though. Like, I can watch Speed Racer and actually enjoy it quite a lot as if it was a good movie, because there's something about the experiment itself and what they were trying to do with making a family-friendly live-action anime, almost one for one. I find that really fun. Like, I do enjoy that as someone who used to watch things like Speed Racer when I was a kid. But the filmmaker part of my brain, like, if I were to switch tracks while watching the movie, there's 1,000 things about Speed Racer that doesn't work, and that is kind of, like, fucked up. And that I wouldn't... If I was making a movie, I would struggle with that shit. And I would do it totally differently, but I respect it for what it was trying to do, and I do enjoy it immensely. And it's a great Blu-ray movie if you want to test your new flat screen. The same way Chicago is a good Blu-ray movie if you want to test your new 7.1 sound system. Music videos don't have to make sense. Yeah. Marvel fan? Yeah. Yeah, I'm a Marvel fan. I would like to also be a DC fan, but I really dislike Snyder stuff in general. So I've not really been vibing with his DC movies, his Snyderverse shit. And I've been really waiting for DC to like change tracks and do something different so I can like them again. But I like Marvel a lot. In fact, I like Marvel more than I should. Because you know how everyone's been talking shit about Marvel since Phase 4 started? I have never actually lost my love of Marvel. Like, even the newer TV shows and movies that people have been roasting a lot, I still like them. I don't really have an issue with any of them. I've never watched a Marvel movie or TV show that I've hated or thought was shit. So I don't really tend to talk about them that much. Like, I don't bother to fight for them because I'm kind of a biased, easy mark with Marvel. Like, you can throw me Marvel slop and I'll probably love it. Like, you can throw me some half-assed average shit and I'll probably be like, yeah, this is great. Give me more. Speed Race is a classic. Yeah, it's fun. Imagine Sucker Punch as a music video where they want, what if we went feature length? Yeah, that's a pretty good description. 70s, 80s music is your fave, so Guardians of the Galaxy. Yes, Guardians is a great soundtrack. That's like kind of the linchpin. That's kind of the spine of the Guardians movies. Batman was terrible. Which Batman? Quite a lot of them. Do you mean The Batman? The Matt Reeves one recently? Because I like that. The Robert Pattinson one. I like Robert Pattinson's Batman quite a bit. I think his younger, less experienced, more emo Bruce Wayne is more interesting than Batman has been to me in a while. Or Bruce Wayne has been to me in a while. Because I don't resonate with Bruce Wayne or Batman. Like, I think he's kind of a nut job. People talk up Batman too much as someone who's kind of a bit of a puss because he turned into a leather fetish vigilante because his parents died. And it's like, dude, there's a million people on Earth whose parents died in probably worse ways, and they went on to become perfectly functional human beings. Like, why are you such a fucking whiny little bitch? So the fact that the Robert Pattinson version leans more into the emo, broken person, whiny bitch version of him, I'm like, well, this makes more sense to me. I like this. Moulin Rouge and Burlesque. I fucking love Moulin Rouge. Burlesque is kind of like more meh to me. There's some good songs in Burlesque, but I don't think it's a great movie or anything. It's fine. I would put that in okay. If I was doing a ratings, I would put that just on okay. Moulin Rouge I love though. I've watched Moulin Rouge like 20 times, 25 times. I also know that movie back to front. There's too many Spider-Man movies? Yeah. There's always been too many Spider-Man movies. Spider-Man is one of the biggest Marvel properties, which is why Sony and Disney kind of wrestle over it. It doesn't, like... I do agree there's too many, but at the same time, there's always going to be too many, so I just don't think about it. I'm fine with them making too many Spider-Man. Just make them good, man. Stop making movies out of Spider-Man villains, Sony, where the Spider-Man villains are turned into heroes. This Morbius shit, this Craven shit, this Venom shit, stop that. We don't want that. If you introduce a villain in a Spider-Man movie where he kicks their ass, but they don't die, and then we see them in later films doing other things, like just existing in the world or maybe becoming an anti-hero, like Venom does that in the comics, that's fine. Don't just pick Spider-Man villains out of the ether and lead with that. Don't just make the first appearance in a movie is their own movie where they're a hero. Like, what the fuck? None of this shit's made sense. Madam Web's a bit different because she isn't a villain. She's the only one out of these standalone Sony movies that is actually based on someone who's meant to be a hero, but somehow that ended up being the worst one. Oh, Jay's going to bed. Good night, Jay. Sorry, I almost didn't see you there. A lot of Phase 4 was meh, but Shang-Chi was goated. See, that's just, I just can't exist on that wavelength with Marvel. Like, I don't think any Marvel is meh. Like, I'm down for it. I'm always down for it. It makes me sad when I see people being real, like, rage against Marvel, like on Twitter and YouTube and stuff, because I just don't get the hatred. It's always just meant to be fun. It's comic book shit. Even when it's, like, just okay or average, it's still, like, pretty dope to me. And then people, like, take really interesting new superheroes that do things differently, but in a perfect way that matches their comic counterpart. And then they just trash it for being something that it wasn't ever meant to be, like She-Hulk. I fucking love the She-Hulk TV show, and it's exactly what She-Hulk should be. But everyone's mad at it for not being something that it's not meant to be anyway. Like, if you did She-Hulk any differently, it wouldn't really be as She-Hulk as it's supposed to be. You would then be fucking with the character from the comics. Are they mad because She-Hulk isn't fucking super serious Dark Knight comic book shit? It was never going to be that, and never will be. She's a horny, fourth wall breaking comedic character. And that's what we want. And She-Hulk had one of the best final episodes of any of the Marvel Disney Plus TV shows, and I still stand by that. I was on the edge of my seat when she, like, climbed out of the fucking menu. That was amazing. I almost lost my shit. You hate the Nolan Batman movies? Only Gordon was cast well? Yeah, it was good casting. I don't hate the Nolan Batman movies. I do think they're as good as most other people say they are. I just don't... I'm not a fanboy for them. Because there are things about them I didn't like. I've never really been a big fan of Christian Bale's Batman. Obviously, the voice he does is ridiculous, and it's hard to take seriously nowadays. We took it more seriously when it was first out in the cinema, but as time goes on, it becomes harder to go back to it, because it gets more silly as time passes. I also do think that Nolan's visual style isn't very comic booky, which I miss when I watch it. Like, when you watch The Dark Knight, it looks like fucking Chicago or New York. It doesn't look like Gotham. Somehow Batman Begins looked more like Gotham. And then by the time you get to Dark Knight, Nolan just gave up trying to make the city look like a comic book city. And it just is a normal goddamn like city. It literally is just fucking New York. And I don't really know what happened there. I love it when filmmakers make Gotham look like Gotham. Like real gothic, you know what I mean? It's in the fucking name. It's called Gotham. You know what I mean? Like, Gotham should look gothic. I'm pretty sure that's why they called it that. So yeah, I've never been a fan of Christian Bale. I do think Joseph Gordon-Levitt in Dark Knight Rises was a good setup for a future Robin, but I hated how they did it. Because they have that reveal where they find out with his records that his name is actually Robin. And that's really stupid because his name isn't actually Robin. It's Dick Grayson. Robin is his superhero nickname. So I think Nolan kind of fucked that up a little bit. I'm sure he did it on purpose, but I still think that was stupid. If he said like, oh, you're Dick Grayson, people would have been like, oh shit, it's Robin. But calling his actual name Robin was like, wait, what? But that's not it. Okay, never mind. You just move on. I still think it's criminal we haven't seen Nightwing in live action. I feel like we need to see a good Nightwing in a live action movie. I think a Nightwing could be so dope if they did it well. People loving the Batman has no powers feels strange. He has no powers, but they give him immense knowledge, technology. No, we know what the problem with Batman is? He has plot armor. The people that wank on Twitter about Batman being unstoppable and like, oh, with prep time, Batman can defeat anybody, no matter what they're... It's like, no, he's a regular dude that is really smart in terms of detective-y technology stuff and martial arts, whatever. But like, when you raise him to this godlike level of status of being like pure, like completely undefeatable despite being like human, it's kind of it makes him less interesting. It makes it stupid. I don't want a completely infallible Batman, because that's not good storytelling. The best heroes are the ones that have levels of fallibility based on their kind of personality, where they could be their own worst enemy. Like, they have the potential to fuck up and not do things correctly, as much as the villain has a potential to beat them if they're better than them physically. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the Hulk. The reason we like Bruce Banner is because he's a flawed hero. He's a hero that doesn't have a cool superpower that he uses to save the day. He's a hero with a flaw. Like, the Hulk is a curse. He doesn't want to be the Hulk. He doesn't want to turn to the Hulk. The Hulk is a problem. When steered correctly, the Hulk can solve problems, but doesn't mean it's not a massive problem for Bruce himself. That's interesting. That's a built-in form of, like, fallibility into a character. And it's based on his own failings as well. Because they do this in the comics a lot, but in She-Hulk they actually touch on it. A lot of the issues with Bruce Banner's Hulk and his uncontrollability is Bruce's own uncontrolled past traumas, which is why when other characters like She-Hulk become She-Hulk, they have more control over it. It was never that the curse of the Hulk was always uncontrollable. It was Bruce. It was Bruce's childhood traumas and actual personal mental problems that makes the Hulk so uncontrollable. That's unique to him. When other characters get it, they control it perfectly. Abomination just stays that way. She-Hulk can do it at will and doesn't have a problem with it. She can, lose her shit a little bit because, she's tapping into her emotions and is angrier, but she can operate normally as the She-Hulk. That stuff's more interesting than these Batman fanboys that are just like, oh, Batman, you're undefeatable because he's fucking, you can pull anything out of his ass with enough prep time. Yeah, fuck you. Batman is a child. He's trapped in the child body, still in the trauma of losing his parents, and he's running around breaking people's arms because of it. I'm being a bit more mean to Batman than I need to be. I'm just being a dick right now. So much to catch on, or rather menial. Oh, you're talking about Marvel? Yeah, I just can't get on any kind of Marvel hate or even meh train stuff. I just love it all. Genie hates the anti-work. Yeah, that stuff gets tiring though, because it's not a real criticism. It's fine to criticize art and writing and storytelling. It's just when you start dropping the work stuff, you make it boring. Like, it's not a legitimate criticism against something. It's a wanky way of being mad at something for, your own personal shitty opinions. Like, yeah, it's just stupid. American Psycho memes ruined the Nolan Batman films for me. Oh, really? I think college humor ruins them for you, because if you watch the college humor Batman skits, they do such a good job of making fun of the voice. It's all you can hear when you watch the actual film. The plot twist is his alias becomes Dick Grayson. Oh, you mean Nolan would have flipped it? So his real name is Robin Grayson, and then his superhero name is just Dick. Oh, look, up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. It's the all-powerful Dick. Dick Grayson. Different people like different things. I mean, that should just be par for the course. Like, but it's the people on, like, the internet that seem to forget that. Like, especially on Twitter. His biggest fault is his no-kill policy. Yeah, it is a little problematic when you put people in Arkham and they break out again and then kill more people. But, you gotta have ethical things in place that makes a superhero interesting. The whole no-kill thing is something that does make Batman a bit more interesting than if he was just another Punisher. Because we have enough of them. You just have to write it well to get around those plot holes. Badass scenes keep me happy. How does he have time to be a superhero? He doesn't. That's why he always looks exhausted with bags under his eyes. Another reason why I think Robert Pattinson is a great Bruce Wayne, because he looks like someone who doesn't sleep. He looks like someone who's been up for 5 days in a row. Who left this battering on my counter? You think Batman's going to take offense to the stuff I said about him on the Twitch stream? Some nobody. I don't think there's any chance of him finding out. It's not like I'm XQC or something. It's not like there's 50,000 people in here listening to me say that and spreading the word back to Bruce. Haven't been on Twitter in years, never been happier. I was on there earlier today. Still the same. It's never changed. Oh, we should... Sorry. I forgot about Sham's link. Oh, it's Harry Mack.
Yo, what's up?
Harry Mack hitting on underage girls on Omegle. Oh my god, cancelled. You caught him, Sham.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Hey, can I do a freestyle rap for you guys?
Sure.
Okay, hell yeah, dope.
Don't
But I'm
play
gonna
Paw
improvise,
Patrol.
So I need your help. Can I get 3
Do play
super
Paw Patrol.
creative, challenging words to inspire my rhyme?
Pickle?
Pickle? All right, hold on. No food and no animals, because those are the most common ones we get.
Okay. Minecraft?
Minecraft? Douchebag?
Douchebag.
Minecraft?
Why do these girls look
douchebag?
familiar? Have I seen this clip?
No. Give me something better.
Vamonos.
Vamonos. Which is like, I'm out. Like, peace, right?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Minecraft.
Vamonos is an intriguing one.
Vamonos.
I can't wait to see what he does with that.
Like you guys' matching bunny outfits.
Thank you.
Those are fire. All right, you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's get it.
Let me turn it up a bit. Just a touch.
Yeah, got you relaxing like you sipping out the wine glass. Mac ain't playing no games, this ain't Minecraft. You know I'm here to keep my rhymes real, showing up and
They're
blowing
already
up
enjoying
like
it.
I was in a minefield. When I'm rocking the song, I blow up like a mine. I'll be dropping a bomb. Matter of fact, you best believe in me, friend. I take the sound mine, then I add a D to the end because I utilize my mind.
He's using the word mine a
Utilize my
lot.
brain. Utilize these rhymes, brutalize with flames. H-Mac up in it. I'm getting to the money, dog. By the way, I like both of your matching bunny suits. H-Mac, y'all know I ain't stopping. Something like a bunny to these tracks, I be hopping. Ready for the occasion, my freestyle's blazing. Every time I spit, I do something amazing. Y'all know I'm here to keep my raps rare. One of y'all got blonde hair and the other one got black hair. It's H-Mac, I come through with the true swag. I'm a nice guy, I ain't never been a douchebag. Yo, just to rap, it's an honor.
There's
When I
douchebag.
spit, man, I'm getting through all the drama. I be rapping with such ease. At the beginning, your friend, you had to tap her on the knee. Like, hold up, wait a minute, come here. He needs our words. I think he's about to spit a crazy rap. I think it's about to be absurd. Alright, let me do this, y'all. I'm getting to the money. I told you I'd be jumping to the occasion like a bunny. Rabbit, I'm snapping. Y'all know I get love. Both of y'all are bunnies. You reminded me of bugs. Y'all know my freestyles leave them all embarrassed. Cause I match to tracks like bunnies to carrots. Over instrumentals, Harry Mack
God
is
damn.
looking good. I said I'm good luck, something like a rabbit foot. H-Mac up on it, never been a sucker. I'm a bad motherfucker. I had to
He
use
used
it
motherfucker
just to
anyway.
make you smile. I get busy when
Even though
I
you
be
made them
delivering
pick a
the
different
style.
word.
They filming on their phones cause they know it must be captured. Y'all are in the presence of a freestyle master. Never sounding soft off the head. You falling over, but please don't fall off the bed. If you fell off and hurt yourself from this dude, that'd be rude. Plus, I don't want to get sued. My freestyles, man, they really
He's
have
really
no
struggling to
fun,
get to the
dude.
vamonos.
I mean, I really can't afford a fucking lawsuit. I'ma break it down and I make it understood. Y'all are humans, but you look like bunnies when you raise your hoods. I put it down for all of y'all. Silly rabbit, microphones are for Harry. You know I kill from habit. I be the realest addict. And y'all know I got hella free, shining like your light blue LEDs. And y'all know I'm here to spit for y'all, blending different
Taking
imagery,
really
kinda
long to
like
get
your
to
picture
Vamonos.
wall. I see the background, so you know I gotta call it out. Rhyming for my fans, man, that's something that I'm all about. These rappers jelly, cause I'm going where they wanna go. Putting work in, y'all know that I wanna blow. I ain't never falling off, I make the honor roll. That's the end of my verse, I'm saying vamonos.
There it is. Oh, he was waiting to close with it.
That was so good.
Thank you.
Ever. How the I could never.
Thank you guys.
All love to you, man. All love.
All love to you guys.
All
Thank
right.
you so much for being a part of that and bringing so much
Harry,
good
get out of
energy.
there. Get out of there.
Much love, you guys.
Much love. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, all right? Peace.
You too.
They're like 14.
Boom,
Get out of
you
there.
have it.
There we
Thank
go.
you so much for watching the video. I really hope you
We didn't have to
enjoyed. If you're
cancel Harry
looking for
Mack.
Another way to support, please check out the OB100
He's got a lot of
merch
salt and
collection,
pepper in his
official
hair.
lyric book, double LP, CD.
How old is Harry Mack now? He's getting a lot of grays. Even though he looks, the rest of him looks pretty young still, but his hair is betraying him a little bit. He's nearly 50. He's still, I mean, he looks pretty good for a 50. Still. Okay. Or like, for example, some actresses like what's her name from Spider-Man No Way Home? Aunt May, young Aunt May. She's like somewhere between 50, 60, but she looks incredible. What's her name? You know who I'm talking about. I'm gonna type it in right here. Aunt May. Marissa Tomei. How old is she? 59. Marissa Tomei turns 60 soon. She looks amazing. I've seen people who are in their 30s that look older than Marissa Tomei. That's nuts. It's the same with like J-Lo and Salma Hayek. They're cruising from their 50s to their 60s right now, but they look amazing still. Can we request music songs to watch? Oh, well, we got to go into Nintendo Direct at the moment. And then I got to clock off for the night. Also, like, it depends on what it is. Like, that was different because, like, that's a unique Harry Mack beat stuff, so we don't get copyright struck for that. That's the problem with just, like, listening to, like, popular stuff. Is that, like, both Twitch and YouTube, like, come for you, which is annoying sometimes. You gotta be careful what we look at. Nintendo Direct boo. They still didn't announce the next Switch. I don't think they did, or I probably would have heard about it on social media. But I have seen people talking up this Direct. Everyone's saying it's a good one. So I'll make this the last thing we look at tonight, because this is 40 minutes. So once this wraps up, that'll be it for tonight. I'll head off after this is done. That'll be just before midnight-ish. That's a nice clock off time. Blip, 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 blip. Let's go. I was annoying Jeannie with this, I think, because when she first showed up, she was like, yeah, let's watch Nintendo Direct. And I've been, like, taking so long to get to this. But I wanted to make it the last thing I watched before leaving. Just so we can finish on a big... on a big number. Get a Stream Deck and you can play anything? I don't need a Steam Deck. I have a computer right in front of me. A good one. Thanks, Planacy. Totally legal. Oh, you mean like pirating Nintendo stuff on your Steam Deck. Naughty sham. Look, it's Mario. New Mario game. They're gonna lead with that. They're gonna lead with new Mario, and they're gonna finish the show with something big like a Zelda. That's usually how it goes down, right?
Luigi!
It's me. Is this a new, like Paper Mario type deal? I mean, it's not paper graphics, but... Oh, kinda. It's turn-based. Oh, wait. Mario and Luigi. The DS games. I do actually own those. Remember Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga on the Nintendo DS? I think this is a sequel to that. Make a specific guess for the end? I mean, that kind of is my specific guess. Something Zelda, maybe. Not necessarily a big Zelda. Not a sequel to Tears of the Kingdom, but like maybe a, maybe one of the isometric ones. The retro ones. That's as specific as I can think off the top of my head. I'm gonna go with like a retro isometric, cute graphic Zelda game, like when they remade or remastered Tears of the Kingdom. No, sorry, fucking. What was it called? Link's Awakening. One of those types. They're due for one of those. This is cool though. I played these on my DS. They're actually really funny. The Mario and Luigi games on the DS are probably the funniest Mario games there are, script-wise.
Hello everyone, I'm Shinya Takahashi, and I'll be your guide for today's Nintendo
I'm
Direct.
Takahashi, and I'm trapped in this polka dot void. Someone please send help.
That was the first new entry in the Mario and Luigi series in almost 9 years.
Would this be number 3?
Mario and Luigi Brothership.
What does brothership mean?
Please look forward to a
like
seafaring
fellowship.
adventure that unfolds across
But
mysterious
brothers.
islands. As well
Brothership's
as
not actually a word
evolved
though.
Bros moves
They made that up.
Mario and Luigi.
Just a takoyaki.
Okay, let's see the first batch.
Hey,
of
that's
headlines.
racist.
Bring the championships home or on the go.
Retro
Thrill of
collection.
the Nintendo World
Oh, World
Championships is
Championship
heading
Edition.
To the Nintendo Switch system.
I remember these. The World
Take on
Championship
over 150
releases of these games.
speedrunning challenges from across 13 NES games. From lightning
There was a
fast
Pac-Man
beats
one that
to
was famous for that.
action-packed battles. Familiarize yourself
No,
with
wait.
each challenge and
Yeah, it was-
perfect your timing.
It was Takayoshi,
Then give
wasn't
your
it?
best shot and aim for the
Tapayaki. I think
top of the
takoyaki
online
is
leaderboards.
a kind of
You
food.
can also try more difficult legend challenges,
I was thinking of
like
tapioca.
completing Super Mario Brothers
Never
in
mind.
one go using warp pipes.
I thought your word was tapioca.
Stuck on a legend challenge? Check out classified information for handy tips and tricks to help you improve. Put your skills to the test
Tapioca.
in survival mode, where you'll race against ghost data of players worldwide.
I respect
After each
these
round, half of the
these
players
types of
will
retro
be
releases,
eliminated.
but I don't
You've only got
really
one shot to
aspire to
survive.
play them.
Will you be the last
Because I was
one
alive for
standing?
this. Like, I played these games when they were
Nintendo
actually
World
out on these
Championships
consoles.
NES edition launches on Nintendo
I don't really need to
Switch
rewind the
July
clock that
18.
hard.
Pre-orders for the digital version are available now on Nintendo eShop. A deluxe set
noodle
containing
dish,
a
there you go.
physical version of the game and other bonus items is also available.
I was
for
getting
pre-order.
such a craving for noodles while playing that Fist game,
The final battle
Forged in
of
Shadow
Fairy
Torch.
Tail is about to begin.
Every time that red panda made you a noodle dish, I was like craving noodles. Oh, Fairy Tail.
Relive the climactic Alvarez Empire arc from the hit anime Fairy
Wait,
Tail.
Fairy
in this
Tail isn't
action
really a
RPG.
thing anymore, though. People aren't really
Set
going
in the vast kingdom
going
of
nuts for
Fiora,
Fairy Tail anymore.
Team Natsu prepares to finish
People are
their
all
fight.
about they moved on to
Engage in real-time battles and unleash
the hero
powerful
one.
attacks that fuse different kinds of magic based on
What's
who's
that
in your
hero
party.
shonen jump show called? With that
Work together with your teammates to take down powerful enemies.
that school, the Hogwarts for superheroes. Hope they announced the new
Fairy
Nintendo
Tail
Labo.
2 launches on Nintendo
Jesus
Switch
Christ, that's
this
a
winter.
callback and a half. The Labo was the weirdest goddamn thing Nintendo's ever done. That's saying something.
Embark on a multi-dimensional
Yes,
journey.
My Hero Academia, thank you.
From Final
Sorry for
Fantasy
calling it
series
Hogwarts for
creator
superheroes.
Hironobu Sakaguchi and composer Nobuo Uematsu.
Let me just pause this for a second. You know what I mean, though? Like, Fairy Tail was big just after One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach were a thing. Fairy Tail kind of took over, and then Fairy Tail kind of got left behind by the newer shows like My Hero Academia. So I'm actually surprised that we're suddenly getting more Fairy Tail games like this late in its lifespan. It's a bit
Comes
weird.
the turn-based RPG Fantasian.
People are about Jujutsu
The
Kaisen.
world is slowly being robbed of its
Jujutsu Kaisen's not a shonen, though, is it?
To restore his memories, Leo must confront an evil
I thought that
entity
was
threatening
2B
all
for a second.
mankind.
What is this?
Skills are the ticket to winning
Wow, that
battles.
character looks way too much
Adjust
like
a
2B
skill's trajectory
from a distance.
to target multiple enemies at once.
It is a
You
shonen?
can
Oh, I
also
didn't know
send
that.
enemies you've encountered to a separate dimension.
I've
and
seen
fight them
clips and
later.
pictures and all kinds of things of that show. Like, I know all about it. I just didn't realize what
The
kind of
more
show it
enemies
was.
there are, the more you can wipe out in one shot.
This is a really interesting battle system.
Let them go.
Do you see her arcing the attack
the world together.
aim so that it hits multiple enemies in like a curve? I've never seen that before.
Neo Dimension launches on Nintendo Switch this holiday.
It reminds me a bit of how old Grandia games used to work.
Another sport is coming to Spoko Square.
Oh my god.
Basketball
Wii Sports
is
is still
being
going
added
strong.
as a free update to the Nintendo Switch sports game. Dribble, pass,
Oh, is it
and
motion
shoot.
controlled basketball? Okay.
in 2-on-2 matches
As long as it
using
works.
motion
The
controls.
problem with Wii Sports in the past is that depending on the Wii Sports game and the kind of
Try out
gimmick
three-point challenge
controls they
solo
use, some of them
and
just
score
didn't
as
work
many
very well.
baskets as you can within the time limit.
Like, there's been some
Up to
really
4
jank Wii
players can
Sports
also
games.
compete in 5-streak battle. Besides local
Pink versus
play,
blue.
you can team up with players worldwide.
This color scheme
in
is just
2-on-2
bisexual
online
lighting.
Matches.
Nintendo's gone bisexual on us.
This free update for Nintendo Switch Sports dunks its way onto Nintendo
So that's not a new
Switch
Wii Sports
this
game.
summer.
This is just they're just adding basketball to the pre-existing game through an update. It's not exactly. That's not very hype. Nintendo Wii sexual. We are sexual. Yes. I agree. I accept this. Look at this graphics. It's got like the hatch, that hatchwork texture, like it's been sketched on a canvas. That's cool. Is this a Metroidvania? My money's on Metroidvania. Oh wait, this might just be a 2D side-scroller. Like a straight-up platformer. As long as it's not a roguelike. I'm a little bit tired of roguelike mechanics. I don't want to be. I still have to play Dead Cells. It's just, it's too much, man. Mio, Memories in Orbit. Okay, that's new. Never heard of that.
It's an array of cartoon classics.
No one plays Metroidvanias anymore?
Leap into a new
Oh.
update for Disney
As
Illusion
if.
Island. Monarch's greatest detective.
Sham, think about what you just said. The most sought-after vaporware game currently that no one will shut up about on the internet is fucking Silksong, which is like gonna be the biggest Metroidvania ever when that finally comes out.
Is solving a mystery.
It's an
and
Ori-like?
only
I do
Mickey
like
and
Ori.
friends can help in the brand
Which
new
is a
adventure,
Metroidvania in its own
Mystery
right.
Monarch. Uncover hints and evidence scattered throughout
I
the
will
world,
play Dead Cells
then
eventually,
use
I
the
just haven't got around
dashboard
to it.
Crack each case. What big secret lies at the
Rayman
end?
with extra steps?
Start sleuthing.
What the hell does that even mean? Rayman's not even a Metroidvania. Hollow Knight is Metroidvania through and through. It's just Metroidvania with a habit of kicking you directly in the balls with a spiked shoe. And then tasing you while you're on the ground foaming.
Because this free update launches on Nintendo Switch.
There was
later
never a
today.
single Rayman Metroidvania, Sham. Not a single
Island
Rayman game has ever been a
Adventures await.
Metroidvania. What are you talking about? Yes, and I
Customize
completely
your
forgot about...
character.
Yeah, I've completely forgot about Kenzera and Lost Crown. The African game and the new Prince of Persia. In fact, there's two new Prince of Persias. There's that more cartoony one where he's purple. That's also kind of a roguelike. I don't know what the deal with that one is. I haven't seen any reviews yet, but it is out.
Then befriend Hello Kitty, Kuromi, and other familiar faces in this open world adventure.
Open world Hello Kitty?
Team up with your new pals to solve mysteries.
Yeah,
and
boy.
Restore Friendship Island when Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
This is why I
launches as a
haven't
timed
played Dead
console
Cells yet,
exclusive
Sham.
on the Nintendo Switch system.
Because I keep
next
playing
year.
stuff like this. I would play Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Let's
You know I
get
would.
loony in this wacky sports game.
Oh wow,
Play
cool.
as Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Porky Pig.
I was
and
hoping it was gonna
more
be Space
across
Jam.
4 arcade-style sports.
It's just Looney Tunes
Unleash
Sports
the
Pack.
full power of Acme across iconic levels in up to 4-player local co-op.
Why does this look like a
Watch out
remaster
for
of an older
falling
game?
anvils. Looney Tunes Wacky World of Sports crashes onto Nintendo Switch.
It also kind of looks like a phone game.
What's up, Doc?
That's all, folks.
Let's see. Game on.
I don't want to hear about it if it's not Space
Emergency
Jam.
meeting. New crewmate and imposter roles are being added to Among Us. Alert others when eliminated as a noisemaker.
Oh, is that
Plant
how people are
tracking
describing that
devices on
other
others
Prince of
as a
Persia?
tracker,
Like Dead Cells?
Or turn invisible
I didn't know
while
that.
taking out players as a phantom. Suss things out when this free update for
Sus.
Among Us sneaks onto Nintendo Switch later today.
It's the Among Us. Admittedly, my eyes kind of glaze over a little bit whenever I see Among Us stuff now. It's too much of a meme. I'm a little bit tired of Among Us, and I don't even play it.
Monster Army is at your command.
Oh my god, army of little wolf boys.
This is Felicidad, a
Yeah.
realm of monsters. Those who command and raise them are called...
What was that word?
This is Felicidad.
Feliz Navidad? Feliz Navidad. Is an underworld in this case. Feliz Navidad.
Raise them are called Farmagia and play a vital role in the land's civilization.
That's actually a very religious,
Farmagia
Christmassy
must rise
song.
up
Not a
against
big
the
fan.
oppressive Magus to stop his vicious reign of
Yes,
the
exact.
underworld.
Thank you, Plantasy. You know
Raise
exactly what I'm
monsters
getting
and
at.
lead them into the fight against the Magus's army. Plant seeds.
Plant
Then
some
cultivate
seeds.
and
Grow the
harvest
seeds
them to
into
make your
wolves.
buddies come to life.
Oh my god, you literally grow animals like vegetables?
They can then
What the
be
fuck?
trained for battle.
He just grew a crop of wolves.
Give commands to your monsters and exploit enemy weaknesses in action-packed combat.
Oh, that's funny. My harvest of
Merge all of the battle buddies
my
in your
harvest
party
of geese
to
is
call
coming in
forth
well
a
this
giant
month.
fusion summon
This season.
and wreak havoc on your foes.
I'm kind of into it. Just because it makes me
Join
laugh.
the rebellion to stop the Magus in
Viva
Farmagia,
Pinata RTS?
launching on Nintendo Switch.
It seems more like
November
Viva
1st.
Pinata Pokemon, to be honest. It's not really an RTS. It's more like, you know, like Pikmin, how they don't really consider that an RTS. It's more of an action adventure where you just happen to have lots of things following you that you can tell to attack things for you. It's still strategy, I guess, but you know what I mean. Hey, Donkey Kong. Okay, we might as well have another one of these. What is with Donkey Kong games being so difficult?
Donkey Kong Country Returns, originally released on the Wii system, is barreling onto Nintendo Switch in HD.
I don't know how many.
The villainous Tiki
I don't know how many
has
2D Donkey
hypnotized
Kong
the
games you
local
guys have
wildlife
played, but they're hot
and
as
stolen
balls.
Donkey Kong's precious banana hoard.
Drift King.
Obstacles in the way.
You just gave me an awesome idea for a game to pitch the Nintendo Sham. You know how Nintendo likes to take pre-existing concepts or genres and Nintendo-fy them with their pre-existing characters? A drift racing game in the vein of like the drift racing mode in Need for Speed Underground, but Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong drift racing. What do you think? Like, it takes place in the sort of underground nightlife of the Mushroom Kingdom. There's it's nighttime. You're on an abandoned bit of highway. There's just some overhead halcyon globes. There's a lot of neons under the cars and stuff, and there's a whole bunch of toads in bling and sunglasses hanging out with sick rides. And Donkey Kong is new on the scene, and everyone's racist to him because they don't think a monkey can drift race, but he's gonna show them. He's gonna fucking show them. And Diddy's on the sidelines waving him, basically just being his his hype man. Just being his car bitch. I want to see Diddy Kong in a bikini draped across the bonnet of your car while you take photos. Wait, I might be taking this too far. Let's just watch the trailer.
Hey, just stop him.
You've only played Donkey Kong Country on Game Boy Color. Still counts. That would have been a pretty difficult game.
Through. Each level is filled with hijinks, but they're no match for these top bananas.
Top bananas.
Mine carts.
Donkey Kong X Need for Speed. I like the name. I like
rocket
it.
Barrels. And even hitching a ride on Rambi. There are plenty of
Diddy is dumb.
transportation methods available.
I think Diddy...
Pass a joy.
I don't know for sure. This is just me spitballing here. I feel like Diddy was added as a character to appeal to younger audiences in the same way that they created something like Sonic the Hedgehog. You know what I mean? Like Donkey Kong came first, and then they went, how do we take this further in a sequel? Let's add a younger, cooler monkey in a baseball cap that kids will think is more hip. than the old boomer Donkey Kong.
Controller to a buddy.
That's
for
just my
two-player
theory.
Local co-op.
That's a cool visual style. I like
80
that.
appealing
Just that
levels
one
are in
level looked
store,
cool.
including
When
the
there were
additional
silhouettes.
levels from the Nintendo 3DS version.
Sonic a Go? Oh, hell yeah.
Donkey Kong.
Don't tell anyone, but I still have Sonic bed sheets in the cupboard. I also have a Sonic, a rubber Sonic the Hedgehog hanging from my keychain. My Microsoft profile display pic is like a Sonic the Hedgehog symbol. I have a lot of Sonic stuff. I'm a big fan. Going way back. I admit that the games have been shit for a while, but that's fine. I was about Sonic in my childhood. We did end up having a Nintendo and a Sega after a certain point, but it was too late. I was all about Sonic. Super Mario is a good game, but it's hard for a child to relate to an Italian plumber from Brooklyn. There's nothing cool about a plumber from fucking Brooklyn. Just some dude with a mustache and overalls. Like, as a child, that didn't... Like, what the fuck? Like, there's a guy like that that comes down to fix our plumbing. Like, I don't hero worship that dude. But Sonic the Hedgehog, like a fucking dope hedgehog with cool sneakers that can break the sound barrier, that can run at Mach 5? Hell yeah. When you're 12 years old, that's the coolest thing ever.
Country Return.
Like, take your fucking plumber. What the... Nintendo's character design can sometimes be a little lame, but the games were good, so Mario survived, I guess, based on that.
HD.
But he's just
onto
some
the
dude.
Nintendo Switch system January 16th.
He's some dude that cleans your pipes and gets the poo out of there.
One of Donkey Kong and Diddy
He unclogs
Kong's
your
jungle
poop.
escapades
That's his job.
returns in HD. Plenty of wild actions and antics are in store with these Kongs.
Capybara
Next,
Nintendo
please take a
mascot?
look at this.
I think it's too late to invent new Nintendo mascots, Sham. They've got way too many as it is. Where'd you buy that keychain? Oh, I got it from a anime convention when I was younger, and I've just had it for a really, really long time. It was overpriced, but everything at anime conventions are overpriced. Yeah, Mario's not even Italian. He is of Italian descent, but he's from Brooklyn. Like, it's even lamer than people usually remember or realize. Hey, this is a cool art style. Wait, did I miss the name? Is this Aiden Chronicles? Because that just came out on Xbox and PlayStation, I think. Oh, it's Dragon Quest. Never mind. It's the remake of Dragon Quest 3.
Journey with allies.
That's cool, though.
Archfiend.
Because Dragon
On
Quest
an
3 is so
epic
old, it's like
adventure.
hard to play by today's standards. It's nice that they're bringing back some classics
Memorable
with a new coat of
encounters.
paint.
Perplexing challenges. And
Make
formidable
new stuff,
monsters
don't keep
await.
rehashing old content. I mean, I generally agree, but
An
I don't mind.
RP.
I don't mind occasional efforts like this, just because old Dragon Quest games, like old Final Fantasy games, are like pretty big deal classics, but they're so old that they're like unplayable, like by today's standards. So, like this is pretty nice looking. Like, if you were to play the original Dragon Quest 3, not this remake, but the actual original, it'll look nothing like this. Like, you might struggle a little bit to get through it.
Remade in HD 2D.
Like, they should just remake Final Fantasy 1 and 2 and 3. Like, start from the beginning and make pretty little tiny versions of it like this.
Forge your own path.
With cute isometric pixel graphics with HDR lighting. I like pixel graphics with HDR lighting. I always thought that was a cool
The
aesthetic.
legacy begins.
HD 2D. Yeah.
Dragon Quest
It's hard to describe the
HD
style, but
2D remake.
like, there's a lot of games now that do this where the environments are technically still 3D, but the characters are flat 2D pixel sprites, but they're on 3D layers so they can flip and move with the 3D environment, and they're also affected by the HDR lighting. So when you've got like glowing bloom lighting from like sunlight or from colored neon sources, they glow and reflect off the pixels. It's a really neat aesthetic.
Coming to Nintendo Switch, November 14th.
Shane wants to flip my 3D environment. Please don't use that as a pickup line in a bar. I don't think it's going to work. That is a sexual... Yeah, I wouldn't run with that one. Although if you can make that work, I'll be very impressed. I will high-five you on that. Experience the complete Edric trilogy. What does that mean? 1 and 2. Okay, there you go. They're doing 1, 2, and 3. Just what I was saying they should do for Final Fantasy. The no Riz line. Sham is very good at coming up with zero Riz phrases. But it's kind of a skill unto itself, though, in a way that if you can take a no Riz Sham phrase and you could actually use it as legitimate Riz and make it work, that's like life on expert mode. I'm genuinely impressed. I will give you an achievement.
Bring
your Riz back in HD with HDR lighting. Look at this man's slime plushie. There's also a secret slime plushie hiding in the background. Check it. There's a secret orange slime on the table behind him. Look at it, under the globe. It's not even smiling. It's kind of sinister, actually.
Thank you, Mr. Hori.
The man's name is Hori?
We hope you're excited to play the entire Erdrick trilogy, now in
Cancel that, man.
HD 2D. Let's continue with more headlines.
The Nintendo Direct background looks so much like Minnie Mouse's dress. Do you notice that? When it's red with the little white dots? It's almost 1-for-1 with Minnie Mouse's dress. They just did pixel remasters. Yeah, but they look good, though. They look really good. I just like that style.
Wait, He-Man? Great Scott!
You're making a Funko game? What?
The world of Funko is coming to life in this action-adventure.
Why is the graphics so shit?
Play with more than 60
Whoa, that's cool.
As you explore locations based on over 20
okay, my OCD
movies,
just got triggered by wanting to collect Funko Pops.
More.
But not in real life because I'm broke. But in a game, was that Shaun of the Dead?
Each with their own unique puzzles,
it's actually awesome.
Areas, and familiar foes. Dinosaurs from Jurassic World and Cylons from Battlestar
Didn't see that detail. Good eyes. I do have good eyes.
Not toying around.
I'm a man of
Unbox
detail.
The universe when Funko Fusion pops onto Nintendo Switch September 13th.
I think Funkos are cool, but I could never afford to collect stuff like that.
Smorgasbord of spooky,
it's a pretty good idea for a game, though.
And strategic game.
Because, like, gamers like OCD collectathons. If you make a game out of Funko, that is like 1,000 figurines worth of video game collecting. It depends on how many they actually manage to fit in the game. It's just a shame that the graphics look so trash. Like, the anti-aliasing on those 3D models is terrible. Everything looks really pixelated. W scam? Yeah, exactly. Well, technically, all things like Funko are, I mean, kind of scams, but they're like legal scams where they're not... Like, an actual scam is something that... how would you describe it? It's actually something that's, like, not ethical. Whereas something like this, like what I would call a legal scam, is something that's not ethical. It's just like very obvious and blatant, but we accept it. Like there's plenty of things like that that I'm like, oh, this is just a stupid gimmick, but I like it anyway, and I still spend money on it. Remember Lego Dimensions? Voluntary scam. There's another good word for it. Lego Dimensions technically fits the same thing, where the whole point is just to like buy a bunch of different franchises worth of Lego to put on that portal. There was still a game attached to it, but I mean, it's just to drain you of like your bank account. I had money back then, so I was actually buying the Lego Dimension shit, and I was enjoying it. But I was very well aware that I was taking part in a money-making gimmick. There's no depth to it.
For an adventure of ghoulish proportions?
Green eggs and scam.
Summon your courage.
Yeah, see, I'm broke nowadays, so I can't do stuff like that, but back in the day.
Filled with goofy ghosts.
Is this a new Luigi's Mansion?
Tricky traps. And other supernatural shenanigans.
Wait, this looks old.
Luigi's Mansion 2 HD launches on Nintendo Switch June 27th.
That's cool.
Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop.
They've remastered number 2. Actually, I like that because I played Luigi's Mansion 1 on the GameCube. And I never got around to 2, which might have been Wii. And now there's a 3 on the Switch. So now I can actually catch up on number 2 on the Switch with the remaster and then play 3 after that. That's awesome.
Quirky little
If I ever
Dapper
open
Men.
my actual Nintendo
Find 'em,
Switch box.
Catch 'em, and lead 'em on a joyful RPG adventure.
Wait, which Lego did you buy? Oh, for Lego Dimensions. Oh, I got most of the sets. I had almost all of it for Lego Dimensions. Like the Sonic stuff, the Back to the Future stuff, the Simpsons stuff, the Lord of the Rings stuff, the Doctor Who stuff, the stuff. Scooby-Doo was in there. It was pretty cool. I mean, I liked it. It's a cheap console. Every game is fully priced and none of the third-party games run as well. It does frustrate me a bit that Nintendo's first-party games never go on sale. They're always full price. It's a bit frustrating. But that's just so Nintendo. You just accept it nowadays. And yeah, barely getting online and network features is something Nintendo's had a problem with for a long time. They got to catch up a little. There's a lot of things Nintendo needs to catch up with modern times on. I don't mind if their console is the least powerful one, because I don't really think of it in the same bracket as Sony and Microsoft. Like, it's its own thing. I really put that in a different brain box than the other machines. And I'll always still get the Nintendo, just for like the Marios and the Zeldas and the Metroids and the whatevers. Kirby, Yoshi, all of the above.
Explore dungeons and battle monsters.
Obsolete technology.
Customize
Yeah, that's why
all
Switch.
sorts of outfits.
That's why Sham keeps talking about Switch 2. Sham's been talking about Switch 2 for a while, and I've heard you bring this up before, I'm sure. It's weird that they haven't announced that yet or have any plans for it. It's like, it feels like it should have happened by now. It's a duopoly. You just got FE engaged between you. Oh, wait, what is that? What game is that? I don't recognize the acronym.
Decorate your island however you'd like, and more.
This looks
Plus,
like a
up to
rip-off
4
of Animal
players in
Crossing.
local co-op can team up to
I don't
catch
like the
special
style. Why do they
Denpa
look like multicolored
Men. The new
sperm?
Denpa Men is free to play and launches as a timed exclusive on Nintendo Switch
No, I don't like
July
this.
22nd.
I'm not feeling this. This is Animal Crossing with weird alien sperm.
Strategize away in this tower defense installment of the Metal
Oh,
Slug
Fire
series.
Emblem.
Take control of your forces and pulverize enemy strongholds. Choose from over 300
This is
units
cool.
with different abilities. And build out your decks to win tactical
Oh, I don't like
tussles.
decks though.
You can also slug it out
I mean,
with
it's
other
different.
players in online battles.
I wouldn't want to
Metal
play
Slug
this over a
Attack
traditional
Reloaded
Metal Slug where you
storms
just
onto the Nintendo
run through
Switch
and blast
system
everything.
Later today.
I want to play that XCOM one. That looks interesting.
Embark on an expedition
We saw that
of
at
the damned
Summer Game
in this
Fest.
eagerly awaited sequel to the gothic roguelike RPG.
Could have
Board
upgraded
your
the tech with the
stagecoach
OLED
and set
version.
off across a decaying landscape
Yeah,
to
you'd think the
prevent an
OLED version would
apocalypse.
just become the version,
Fight off
but
nightmarish
they did it as like a
fiends in
separate, more
turn-based
expensive
combat.
thing.
And upgrade your abilities.
Engage was the anniversary games. Oh yeah, I'm not up on my Fire Emblem. There's too many of those games. It's hard to keep track. Alien Sperm. Yeah, I didn't like the look of that game at all. I didn't even see what the name of that game was. I'm just gonna call it the Alien Sperm game.
After each
The successor is meant to be a massive leap. Wait, so people are talking about the Switch 2? That is actually a thing that's happening? It's just not official yet? Nintendo's trying to keep development time down. When I got my Nintendo Switch, the one that's still in the box that I haven't opened, I had the option of getting the OLED for more money, but I chose not to. Because I'm never going to play it on the screen. Never. That's one of my issues with the Switch. It's not really an issue. It's just a specific thing to do with me. I'm not going to ever use the Nintendo Switch as a handheld. If I play it, it's going to be the same way I play everything. It's going to be here on stream, which means I'm going to be playing it on this monitor plugged in. So yeah, it's never ever going to get used for the screen. I'm only going to use it as a normal console. So there was no point in me forking out extra money for the OLED. They said they'll announce it between now and March next year. So basically, the last day of February, the last possible moment.
Deadly.
You sold your extra gaming PC and got the OLED? What do you mean extra gaming PC? That's a bit of an alarming statement. Some people can't even afford a gaming PC. You have an extra gaming PC. What the fuck? Fantasy. You rich bitch. Sham, do you want a sugar daddy? Fantasy has extra gaming PCs. He's poor now because he sold it and bought an OLED. There's one reason that I'd want an extra gaming PC, actually. For real. For real. I can't afford it either, but I would like a second PC just for VR. That's my fantasy. Like, if I had a bigger house where I could have a separate room like this one, like a small windowless study, just as the VR room, where there's nothing in this room except for a tiny desk in the corner to put the PC on to run the Valve Index headset, and then the rest of the room is just bare. It's just empty space for running around and VRing. I've thought about this a lot in the past. That's what I'd do if money wasn't an object and I had a bigger house. I would definitely have a VR room, and I would have a sign on the door that says holodeck. I would call my VR room the holodeck, and I'd paint the walls green, and I would get the flooring changed from carpet to, you know, that rubbery texture in the gym, that kind of soft, springy, rubbery texture in gyms where they do like acrobatics. I would get that as flooring, but it would also be the same lime green color as the walls. So the whole room would look like one big green screen. So if I was streaming my VR stuff, I could AR stream it so that when you see me from a different point of view, you can green screen out everything and actually put the game footage in around me. I thought about this a lot. I'm sorry, tangents.
Run.
I gotta keep this running.
Darkest Dungeon 2 launches on Nintendo Switch July 15th. Pre-orders begin.
Oh, you've been
later
enjoying
today
WoW on the Steam Deck?
Nintendo eShop.
I could never go back to WoW. It's just too much.
More classic titles are on the way.
Expansion pack. Oh my god, old. Game Boy Advance
Play
even.
Link's classic 16-bit adventure and team up online to explore randomized dungeons.
This visual
in
style
The Legend of Zelda, A Link
never
to
goes
the
out of
Past
vogue.
Four Swords.
It always looks cool.
Experience the remake of Samus's first
You own your
adventure
house,
in
small
Metroid
2-bedroom?
Zero Mission.
That second bedroom should be a VR room. Go for it.
Plus, coming to the new Nintendo 64, Nintendo
You got a
Switch
keyboard
Online
with your
Mature
Steam Deck?
17 Plus collection of games.
What do you mean by little keyboard? Is it one of those little attachables that you stick onto the bottom of the Steam Deck so you can type with your thumbs? Or is it just a normal smaller keyboard that you plug into it with USB? I had a chat pad like that for my Xbox 360 controller. It was a tiny keyboard that you attach to the bottom of the controller so you can type with your thumbs. I love that thing. I don't know why they didn't keep doing that with the next Xbox consoles. The mat to rebound for plates to bounce off. I wouldn't try to bounce a plate off it, just in case, but yes, you could probably do that. Genie knows someone who did it. You gotta have some money to do that, but I think it would be so cool. Gym mats are expensive, $100 per square. But that's why I was saying, like, this is the kind of thing I'd do if money wasn't an option. Not an option. Wasn't an object, sorry. Not an option is a totally different... That's the opposite. Small Bluetooth keyboard? Oh, okay.
Brave the
Oh my
dangerous
god, it's the
lost
original
land to
Turok.
stop the campaigners' nefarious schemes in Turok, Dinosaur Hunter.
Wow, it looks like shit.
And
Notice how they only showed like 4 seconds of that? N64 games don't hold up as well, them polygons. Not like the original 2D pixel sprite graphics. Someone used Beat Saber for exercise and streamed it. Yeah, I've seen the thing that I just described with the green screening the game into the around you. I've seen lots of people do that with Beat Saber specifically. There's a lot of YouTubers that do that with Beat Saber. I think the problem is not a lot of VR games have full AR capabilities to like do that second outside camera to show you in the game world. Like, you have to have specific sorts of games and that also allow those kind of features, which is few and far between. But Beat Saber is the big one.
infiltrate a corporation to end their alien conspiracy in Perfect Dark.
Perfect
Now
Dark.
with online multiplayer.
It's one of the best games ever, I swear. I like this better than...
games will be available for Nintendo
I like
Switch
Perfect Dark better
Online
than
Plus
GoldenEye.
expansion pack members later today.
Is that controversial to say? I'll beat your saber.
Set sail to
There's
save
Shams
the
Riz
day.
again. That one's not bad, actually.
This is
I feel like that one would work in a gay bar.
Marona,
If Jay was still here, he probably would have enjoyed that one.
a young woman with the ability to communicate with phantoms.
You tried it on PlayStation? Your ass at it? I think I'd be good at it because I'm really good at
Showing
rhythm
her on a
games.
journey to save her friend
I'm an
Ash.
expert Guitar Hero player. Oh, this is adorable.
In this new installment in the Phantom Brave series.
I don't think I've played any Phantom Braves. I like the look of it though, it's cute.
Take on tactical turn-based battles.
I wasn't
where you
expecting the
combine
battle
the
system to look
phantoms
like
you
this.
befriended with objects in various ways.
Wait, you can turn objects into your friends? What?
Combine phantoms with certain objects to maneuver them.
What the fuck? This is a really elaborate
Combine with a cannon
tactical
to attack
combat
a large
system.
area.
I don't think I fully understand.
A fan to blow enemies around.
It's only the second game? Oh, okay. So I'm not missing
Or
too much then.
Combine with Marona herself for show-stopping abilities that can turn the tide of battle.
Marona? Okay.
Fan
Advice to scriptwriters, don't name your character a word that sounds like moron. Or any other word that makes your character sound stupid. What's a
Phantom Brave,
Heckington?
The Lost Hero. Launches on Nintendo Switch
I like that word,
next year.
Heckington. That'd be a good name for a butler. For a Alfred in Batman style butler. Heckington. The original
This
was on
one's gonna
PS2?
take
Oh
you
shit,
for a
that's old.
ride.
That's older than I expected.
7 arcade games featuring Marvel and Capcom characters are fighting their
She's
way
literally
onto
using these
Nintendo
objects?
Switch as one collection.
True.
Clash in X-Men vs. Street Fighter.
Whoa.
Duke it out in Marvel vs. Capcom 2: New Age of Heroes.
Cool.
Take down the King.
It's not as bad as the second Wonder Woman movie though. When she literally rapes that guy by having sex with him with
Hit up
Chris
training mode
Pine's
to polish your fighting skills and combos.
ghost possessing his body.
Select online mode to challenge rivals around the world.
Oh shit.
Or play co-op
Ryu was
in
beating the hell out of
Punisher.
Captain America.
You can also cross
I
over
like the
to museum
side-scrolling
to view
X-Men
artwork
Marvel games
or listen
better
to
than the
music from
the
each
one-on-one
game.
fighters.
Marvel vs.
Wonder Woman movie was
Capcom
really bad.
Fighting Collection Arcade Classics launches
It
on
has
Nintendo
some
Switch
redeeming
this year.
features, but it was a bit of a clusterfuck.
The latest game in the Mario Party series takes place on an enormous island resort. Get ready to jump into the biggest selection of
What is
Mario
this?
Party
Oh.
mini-games yet in
Mario Party.
Super Mario Party Jamboree.
They've dropped the numbering scheme.
First,
It's
let's
not
see
like
some of the new
it's not
boards
Mario
where you'll
Party
compete to
13.
collect the most stars.
They're just gonna call it Jamboree. They're giving it
Take the
colons now.
escalators to travel between floors in Rainbow Galleria.
You heading off plan to see?
Use in-game coins to get a star at half price
Hey,
when
good to
they're
see
on
you.
flash sale. But act fast.
I'll be back on Tuesday.
Ride around and stay on track in Roll'em Raceway. With
Good
the
night.
new turbo
How long have I got left? We're 24 minutes into the 42-minute show. So I'll be going to bed in about 20 minutes as well. No worries.
dice item, you can move up to
Wait, what did you say? You loved the 2016 one, but 1984 was just... I liked the first 2/3 of the 2016 one. And then the ending, the third act really pissed me off. I didn't recover well. I didn't really recover from the end of that. You didn't like her speech at the end of 1984?
40 spaces with a lucky roll.
Nobody likes speeches in movies,
Here on
just
Google
generally.
Lagoon, the ebb and flow of the tide can change your path. And things really get mixed up when the volcano blows its top.
They make her dependent on Chris
Along
Pine.
with 5 new game boards, 2 boards from
Oh, I don't
previous
think the first movie makes her dependent on Chris Pine. I just think that he provides an extra element to her life that she was missing before, just to kind of further her character arc. But I wouldn't call her dependent on him in any kind of way in that movie. She teaches him something about human beings and about love that she'd never experienced before, and then he gets nixed so that she can, you know, go forward with that learning experience. That's okay. I do think his entire existence in the second movie is just because Chris Pine was good in the first movie. Like, his Trevor, was a good character and well written and well acted, and people genuinely liked him. So I think they just wanted to force him back in the second movie just any way they could, just to capitalize on Chris Pine, which is unfortunate because that doesn't really serve the story or the script. They just kind of like crowbarred it in there.
Mario Party games make their return.
Oh, so they're putting boards from older Mario
Some
Parties in
mini-games are
Jamboree.
Action-packed challenges.
Wait, is that why they're calling it Jamboree? Because it's not actually a new Mario Party. It's just like a mixed bag of things from all the old ones.
Speed trials, a battle of wits, and more.
Any part you liked was the White House
by
part.
gently shaking or tilting.
You didn't like Kristen Wiig turning into a cat lady?
Joy-Con controllers. With over 110 mini-games, there's a wide variety to enjoy.
I feel like by today's standard, there should be a lot more minigames than that.
20 players can go head-to-head online.
There's like
in the
a couple of
Coupadthon
decades
mode.
worth of minigames to pull from.
Compete against your rivals.
You could have like
and
1,000
aim
in
for
there,
first place.
easily.
Try your best to come out on top.
The pitch black CGI fight scene.
Wait, there are even more new modes? The biggest Mario Party.
But where they come up with a contrived excuse to give her that random gold armor. She gets it for no reason, shows up wearing it for no reason, and then it's immediately destroyed by Cat Lady. A lot of redundancies in that movie.
Will soon be underway when the Super Mario Party Jamboree game launches on the Nintendo Switch system October 17th.
Can't wait to see what James Gunn's Wonder Woman's going to look like. Hopefully a big, thick Amazonian muscle
That was the
mommy.
latest installment in the Mario Party series. Super Mario Party Jamboree.
Jamboree.
New boards, mini-games,
Minigame
20-player online gameplay, and more. Get
Donkey
ready
Kong
for the
new.
biggest Mario Party in series history.
Yo, Bowser.
And now,
Princess
please take a look at
Peach.
this.
Where's the Peach game? Can we see more of the Princess Peach game? I thought that looked cool. Is this... No, that's a Hyrule Shield. Oh, is this what I was predicting? Is this the cute top-down Link's Awakening era Zelda? Man, I really called that. Nice. And it's got old school Ganon as well, when he was still like a pig dude. Before he became like a sexy Gerudo man. With abs. You don't care how silly the finale was and... Oh, well, hang on. My issue with the third act of Wonder Woman is a script thing. It wasn't about it being silly or about it being a big CGI light show fight. It was about the fact that everything that the movie built up in the first two acts in terms of her character arc and what she was meant to learn about the real world and about things being gray instead of black and white, it gets undone by the third act. Because what she's supposed to learn is that the conflict between the Allies and the Nazis is not a case of an evil god forcing the humans to be evil and fight each other. Human beings are themselves fallible and capable of evils for what they might think are the right reasons. They're supposed to be a gray zone that she's supposed to learn about. She's like on that island, she's still kind of like childlike in her mentality when it comes to black and white. And that's what she was learning about mankind by going out in the real world. When you get to the third act, they suddenly reveal that Ares is real and he actually has been influencing the human beings and making the Nazis evil. And then she just has a boss fight with him. And it's like, that fucking proves the whole black and white morality thing that childlike, naive Diana believed correct. That ruins her entire character arc of what she needed to learn about how the real world and real people work. It's not just a case of, well, just defeat the bad guy and all the good guys will be happy. It's like, good people can do bad things for what they think are the right reasons and vice versa. And bad people might not be all that bad. They just, things have happened to them that have led them down the wrong path. Like, there are there are intricacies to mankind. It's not light side, dark side. It's not Sith, Jedi. There's a gray spectrum, and the whole movie does a good job of building that up and her learning those lessons. And then the second Ares appears, it fucks the whole thing up. It just undoes the entire point of the story and like what her arc was about. Now she's suddenly vindicated, and oh, okay, all evil in the world is just an evil god like Ares just making it happen. All I have to do is punch him in the face and we fix everything. That was stupid. Like, that ruined the movie for me because they had something there. They were doing something with that story, and then they just tossed it into the toilet. That was my issue with it anyway, from a screenwriting point of view. Sorry, I just had to go on a quick rant. Wait, what's happening here? Did Link just sacrifice himself to save Zelda? And now she's left alone? Is this a Zelda game? Like, legit? Like, actually Zelda as a main character? It's so weird seeing the isometric world sideways. It doesn't look right. It's weirdly flat. Echoes of Wisdom.
Hello, everyone. I'm A.G. Aonuma, producer
Hi,
of
AG.
the Legend of Zelda series.
This is interesting. I didn't expect this.
What you just saw was the latest installment. The
You said it would
Legend
be
of
the
Zelda,
stinger? Oh, where are we
Echoes
now?
of
Oh, we're still ages away. Okay.
Wisdom. This time around, Link has vanished. Now, it's up to Princess Zelda to step into the protagonist role.
That is so cool.
You might be
How have they
thinking,
never done
will
this
Zelda
before?
fight with a sword then?
They've even had a Princess Peach game
Here, we
on the
wanted to
DS
create a new gameplay style that
before the
breaks
one that just
conventions
came out now on the
past Legend
Switch.
of Zelda games with a top-down perspective. To explain more, please take a look at this video.
Legend of Link begin. Yo, why didn't they call this the Legend of Link? That is actually such a good point. Every single Legend of Zelda, you play as Link at the behest of Zelda. If you're playing as Zelda at the behest of Link, they should have flipped the name as well and called it Legend of Link. That's a really good call, Sham.
Vast lands of Hyrule.
I like that.
Strange rifts have appeared.
I'm gonna write a letter
and have
to
taken many
Nintendo and tell them
people,
they dropped the ball.
Link. Now
They had
alone,
something good going here and they
Zelda
fucked
meets
up the name.
fairy Tri, receives a mysterious staff called the Tri-Rod, and sets off on a journey across Hyrule to save her kingdom.
Why is his name Tri? He looks like a
By waving
try-hard.
the Tri-Rod at a table she found,
Hey-o.
Zelda learned how to create an imitation of it called an echo. Once
Sorry,
you
I just
learn
felt like
an
doing
echo
that.
of something, you can recreate it whenever you'd like. Even if there's a wall blocking your path,
So instead of having
you
a
can
combat
create
mechanic-
echoes of tables to get a leg up.
She basically
Just
is a
like that.
walking photocopier.
You can create wooden boxes, old beds, and unusual things like water blocks.
Wait a minute. So, you're playing as Zelda for the first time ever, and because you're Zelda and not Link, because you're a lady and not a man, instead of being able to stab things, you're just a photocopier? You're just a walking piece of office equipment? I'm sorry, what? Nintendo, are you being sexist? Are you saying that, like, men are for adventure and women are for office work?
How you use them separately or together is entirely
All jokes
up to
aside,
you.
this mechanic does look really cool for
Learn
puzzles.
and create echoes of things you find while exploring Hyrule.
So you can photocopy anything?
You might be surprised at what you discover.
I do appreciate that they're mixing up the gameplay style though. If it was just stabbing things with a sword again, then you may as well be playing as Link. Like, you should do something different. But what I was expecting to happen was I was expecting Zelda to do more puzzle solving, and then when you had to do adventure combat stuff, you would turn into like Sheik. You would transform into her ninja form, and then the combat system would be less stabby shield stuff like Link. It would be more like ninja, you know, like leaping over enemies' heads to like backstab them or throwing shurikens from a distance.
Will look different. You could pick up and throw a rock echo, for example. That's not all, though. You can also create echoes of monsters. After
She'll
doing
wreck
so,
you in
they'll
Smash,
fight
but in
by
this
your
she's in
side.
creative mode.
Monsters
Okay,
have different
the
abilities.
collecting monsters like Pokemon thing. I didn't, when we were making jokes about her photocopying everything, I didn't even think about her being able to photocopy the enemies. That's actually neat. So that kind of makes it like a bit like Pikmin, where you can collect different enemy types and send them out to fight with different fighting mechanics depending on the enemy.
So choose the one you want to create based on the
I
situation.
do like that a lot because I do like Pikmin.
Wisdom is key
I like
after all.
combat puzzle solving. Like using the enemies in the right situations. Oh, she's got bombs. It's pretty violent.
In a Hyrule without Link, the fate of the kingdom is now in Zelda's hands.
It's pretty cute. How does her cowl stay on when she's swimming
How was
underwater?
that? I hope you enjoyed this demonstration of the Echo ability, which channels Princess Zelda's
Pikmin was just them
wisdom.
misspelling
There are
Pokemon. It's not even the
lots
same kind of
echoes
game.
in this game. To be honest, I haven't counted them all yet. How you solve puzzles and battle enemies will change depending on the echoes used.
It is pretty
In
cool.
short, we've created a game where each
I wonder
player's
how
experience
open-ended
will be different.
the puzzle solving and combat is
The Legend
depending
of
on
Zelda, Echoes of
what
Wisdom
you copy and what
launches
you
September
don't.
26th.
Like, is it open-ended in terms of the stuff you find and copy being malleable? Like, if there's things that you haven't found and copied, you can use other stuff you found and copied in place of that to solve things in different ways, maybe? Gotta make a series about it.
A Nintendo Switch Lite system
Oh, holy shit,
inspired
that
by the
Nintendo Switch
Legend of
is really
Zelda
cool.
series will also be available at launch.
Look at that.
We hope you're looking forward to playing as Zelda in this
I want a
new
gold
adventure.
Switch.
Now, I'd like to return this moment I'd stolen away back to Mr. Takahashi.
No, okay. Mr. Takahashi can wait for a second. I just thought of a really cool idea for a Zelda game. Different from this. Remember the third act of Fable 3? Remember how the first 2/3 of Fable were like a normal adventure Fable game? And then the last third of Fable 3, you basically became king. And it was you, epilogue style, running the kingdom. And you were like doing kingdom management stuff. And deciding how to use the treasury and all that. Think about that. You only played Fable 2? Oh, you missed out. That's fine. People generally talk about Fable 3 as the worst one, but I liked it. I like them all kind of equally for different reasons. But I liked the last third of Fable 3 where you have to actually run the kingdom. If you don't know, Sham, Fable 3 has this neat gimmick where you actually complete the quest and the story around about the 2/3 of the way through. And then the last third of the game is basically you, like, after the adventure part, having been crowned king, having to actually run the kingdom and make, like, decisions to do with where you spend money in the treasury and all that kind of stuff. Angry Joe made a 32 reasons why it sucked. Fable 2's ending sucked. Fable 3 ends how Saints Row 4 begins. But yeah, I liked it just fine. I didn't have any issues personally with Fable 3. But think about that. A Zelda game where you get to go out and do adventure stuff, but there's like a meta layer of Zelda has to still run the kingdom, and you're still kind of making kingdom management, strategic, Hyrule-wide decisions as like the princess. Isn't that an awesome idea, though? I don't know how you tie the adventure part of actually being able to go out in the world with the decision-making part. I guess your adventures out in the real world have to do with being a princess of the people. Like, you go out and actually talk to the NPCs, you find out about their troubles, their personalities, what's going on with them, and you learn more about the kingdom to understand more about how to run it. I think that's an amazing idea. Because Zelda is the kind of person that would be in touch with the common folk. So being able to actually go out and do like kind of side questy stuff for the common folk and learning about them would teach you how to run the kingdom and what would be in their best interest in terms of how to spend the kingdom's treasures and like manage the manpower of the kingdom's troops and all the civil stuff. This is a genius idea for a game. I'm on fire tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Aonuma.
Hey,
Please
tapioca.
look forward to the newest entry in the Legend of Zelda series. Let's see a few more headlines.
They love doing the click thing, don't they?
Let loose and party on.
They really made like a catchphrase out of that Nintendo Switch click. Is it the click it makes when you stick it on the dock? Is that what they were getting at with that thing? It's a bit goofy. I never understood why the character models in Just Dance were like these albino pale silhouette freaks. Speaking of docking. Wait, let me give you one of these. My YouTube VOD archiving is going to get really mad at this trailer. I can see it now. You know why I don't like Just Dance? Yes, Genie, we know what docking is. I think that's what Sham was getting at.
A new Lego adventure is on the horizon.
Wait, what the fuck? Lego Horizons is on the Switch as well?
In Lego form.
Why?
Join Machine Hunter Aloy
Why is Sony
on a quest
allowing
to
this?
save the world from an ancient evil.
This is weird.
Through lush landscapes. Dive deep into the
This is actually confusing. I don't really understand how this happened.
And traverse other locations inspired by the original game. But be careful. Swarms of machines are lurking everywhere. Use an array of gadgets like blast boots and gravity bombs to hunt them down. From the nimble watchers to mighty
They did say it was going to be on Switch during Summer Game Fest. I don't remember that.
Fearsome Thunderjaw.
I must have missed that part.
As you progress, you can help Aloy rebuild her
Oh.
home.
It's not a major
customize
game they
her
want to
appearance
entice
with
people to
lots
buy
of
a
outfits.
PS5.
Oh, and you don't have to
I'm
explore
surprised
this
you're
vast
calling it not a
wilderness
major
alone.
game. I thought
Team up
the
with
Horizon
familiar
franchise
faces
was a
from
big
the
deal
world
for
of Horizon in
PlayStation.
two-player local or online co-op.
People always use it in the same breath as talking about things like Last of Us.
Lego Horizon Adventures launches on Nintendo
And
Switch
Spider-Man.
this holiday. A Stray's
Oh wow.
journey begins.
Here comes Stray. That's not as surprising because that's on Xbox already as well. It's just going to be a shittier looking... Wow, it does actually look much worse. The wide shots are super blurry. I see what you mean though by the sneakiness of allowing the Lego game onto other consoles just to entice people to come to PlayStation to play the real deal.
Eyes of a cat separated from their
I think the only thing that doesn't make sense about that idea, about that concept, is that there's not that much crossover between the audiences. Like, really diehard, hardcore Horizon fans might play the Lego game just out of devotion to Aloy, to the like Halo's whole thing. But a lot of people that play the Lego games and don't care what kind of Lego game it is, whether it's Horizon or Ghostbusters or whatever, might not cross over with the people who play open world, big budget, AAA, console exclusive games like Horizon. There is some crossover with hardcore gamers that will play like one and the other. Like, I'm that kind of person. I'd play the Horizon games and I'd play the Lego Horizon game because I generally do play AAAs and a lot of weird, family-friendly indie trash. Sorry for calling it trash. I'm just being a cheeky bugger. You know what I mean, though? Like, in terms of general public, you're not going to be enticing that many people to the real Horizon on PlayStation 5 from the Lego Horizon on the Switch. Most people who play Lego Horizon on the Switch are going to stay right there. And then they're going to move on to playing Lego SpongeBob or whatever comes next.
Family and friends. Explore alongside
Where's
a
the
drone
Astral Chain
known as
sequel?
B12 to
Where's
find
Lego
your way
Astral
home.
Chain?
Carefully climb to the highest heights. Create new paths for yourself. And stealthily squeeze into tight
I do want to
spaces.
play this on my Series X,
Think
actually.
like a cat to make your way through the city.
I was going to wait to get a PS5, but now that it's on both consoles, it doesn't really matter.
Careful though. Not everyone is excited to have you slinking around, including hordes of hostile creatures ready to swarm. Keep exploring to venture into more areas of this unfamiliar world and make your way back to safety.
Oh, he's adorable.
Stray finds its way onto
Even with
Nintendo
less
Switch
pixels.
this holiday.
Um.
Welcome home, Hobbit.
Oh shit! It's the Hobbit Animal Crossing
If
game.
you've ever wanted to live
We
like a
watched the
hobbit
trailer for
from
this
the
last
Lord of
week.
the Rings. Now, a leisurely existence,
Which was
nestled
the first
away
time
in
I
an
found out that it was
idyllic
a
quiet corner of
life
Middle
sim.
Earth can be yours. Customize your appearance.
We've watched
decorate
teasers for
your
this game
home,
in the past, and I
settle
never
into
clued
life
into
in
this
the
was a life
Shire.
sim.
As a newcomer to the little haven of Bywater, you'll befriend your neighbors, work together to solve problems,
These are
and
really
even share a meal.
adorable
Or three.
hobbits, though.
Explore, garden, fish, forage, and cook.
Hobbits
The
can
best
sometimes
way
be
to
kind
build
of
a
freaky
Hobbit
looking.
community is by
Like they
hosting
make me a
dinner
little
party with your
uncomfortable.
homemade dishes.
But these
Plus,
are cutie
you can
pie
trade
hobbits.
with your neighbors for unique decorations or special ingredients for even tastier meals.
You want them to reveal Midnight Fight Express
Friendly
sequel?
hobbits and familiar faces
Why would
await your
Nintendo
arrival
reveal
when
that?
Tales of the Shire
That's not
launches
specific
on the
to
Nintendo
to
Switch
Nintendo.
system this holiday.
Like that would come out first on the other consoles before it would come on
Investigate,
Nintendo, wouldn't it?
Interrogate, checkmate.
Oh fuck yeah! This is my shit.
2 Ace Attorney spin-off
I love
games,
Ace Attorney.
including a sequel that was previously unreleased outside of Japan, are coming to Nintendo
I've played
Switch
Edgeworth
as
Investigations
one
on my
collection.
my 3DS though.
As the prolific prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, take the case out of the courtroom.
It would
and
feel weird to
investigate
play this
crime
game
scenes.
on a large screen.
Gather
I
information
think
by interviewing
it's
people
weird
and
enough seeing
inspecting
it full
evidence.
screen like this on my computer
Then
monitor.
use the power of logic to solve challenging cases.
Oh, you did play it on the
Enjoy
Switch. I didn't know you
all-new
played that on
hand-drawn
Switch.
character visuals from the original
I didn't even know
series
the first one
character
was on
designer,
Switch until you just
or
said it.
swap to the original sprites for a more classic look. Take a break from your investigation to explore the gallery, where you'll find character art, music, including orchestral arrangements, and more.
If I had to make up a
Past and
top 10
present
list
collide as you uncover the
of
truth.
gaming franchises,
At
I
any
might have to
cost.
put Ace Attorney on that list. I really do.
Ace Attorney Investigations
I
Collection
really do rate Ace
launches on
Attorney quite
Nintendo
highly.
Switch September
I've always
6th.
loved playing these games on my
Pre-orders
DS.
begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
While laying on the grass at uni. Oh my god, anime. Waifus have arrived. Is this some Persona type thing? When I see anime characters and they're at school, I'm just expecting something Persona related. That escalated really quickly too. I don't know whether that's less scary or more scary that the enemies look like that.
After a devastating attack by unknown assailants,
Okay, it's less
Takumi
scary.
Samino's
I've
life
decided.
gets turned
It took me a
upside
minute.
down. A mysterious school mascot
I thought that was that
suddenly
thing
appears.
talking for a second.
While Takumi manages to get out of harm's
This was the regular dude's
way,
voice.
he's then forced to enroll at the Last Defense Academy, along with 15
Is this like a
other
tower
students.
defense game but anime? Yo, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hang on.
To enroll at
This
the
conversation system, tell me this moment doesn't remind you of Danganronpa.
Last Defense Academy,
Right here.
along with 15 other
With the camera
students.
moving around all the 2D sprites in the 3D room.
Their mission is
That
to
was
defend
so
the school
Danganronpa.
from hostile student enemies for 100 days.
Oh, it's a grid-based tactics.
An academy shrouded in secrecy.
With Danganronpa
And the unavoidable loss of
school
allies.
story stuff.
Can Takumi survive this 100-day trial, colored by
Oh, is it actually the same? Okay, that's why.
extreme and despair, and return to his normal life? The
Well, they're
creators
trying
of
something new,
Danganronpa
kind of.
present
It's
the
50%
100
new.
line Last Defense Academy, launching on Nintendo Switch.
Where is the normal developer name that we see when we're playing Danganronpa? You know what I'm talking about? It's not Tokyo Games, it's not Aniplex. I used to make fun of it every time I saw their thing come up. Spike Chunsoft. That's the one. I'm not seeing the Spike Chunsoft logo here. Oh, Genie came up with it right as I found it too. Yeah, I used to make fun of the Spike Chunsoft logo a lot while we were playing those games. I got very used to that name, even though I just forgot it in the moment. The creator moved on. So it's not. So it's just not Spike Chunsoft. It's just the remnants of that team with a new team name. Aniplex. Is Aniplex a anime platform distributor? Oh, okay.
Early next year.
I'm just getting super confused here.
Embark on a saga.
I'm just going to assume that it's like members from the Spike Chunsoft team under a new development name.
Generations.
Saga?
A full remake of Romancing Saga 2 is marching on to Nintendo Switch.
There's a lot of RPG remakes in this direct.
Rule and expand the Empire of Varen across
That's
multiple
actually pretty cool.
generations while challenging the legendary 7
This is what I was just
heroes
talking about
who
with Fable
returns
3.
to darkness.
I want to command kingdom. You do that in Dragon Age Inquisition
In
as well.
combat, use
You get to sit on a throne and make like decisions. People come to you and you make decisions about the kingdom.
Returning Saga features like glimmers to learn skills.
Ever did the
And
cutscenes?
formations to enhance abilities.
Oh, Aniplex. Fair enough.
Turn-based battles have also evolved into timeline battles, where the action order is key.
Oh, they've actually changed the game
Innovative
up.
features like United
That's a
Attack
pretty
can
big
also
change
help
to
with
make
strategy.
to a remake.
How will you expand your empire? And in which order will you fight
Like
the 7
active-
heroes?
Active
Every
timeline battle
decision you
systems
make will dramatically alter the course
is a
of
different
the
vibe
story.
from just straight turn-based.
Safeguard your empire's future and protect your legacy from peril.
You wish we got a Code Vein
Otherwise, the
anime?
vengeful 7 heroes
Have I
may
played Code
emerge
Vein?
victorious.
I don't think I have I?
Romancing Saga 2: Revenge of the Seven launches on Nintendo Switch.
I've played like a bunch of games that are very similar to Scarlet Nexus, and it makes me confused whenever I see games like Code Vein. I have to think about it really hard whether I've played it or not.
October 24th.
We hope you're excited to experience the full remake of Romancing Saga 2.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
almost everything for today's Nintendo Direct.
Really? We're almost there?
Next will be our last announcement.
Oh no, we're at
Please
the end.
take a look.
So I was wrong about the Zelda thing being their final. I was right that there was going to be a thing. I was wrong that it was going to be the final. But I had no other ideas for what... Wait a minute. Galactic Federation. Is this Metroid? I'm smelling Metroid. That's a Metroid ship. Holy shit. Why does her... I always wondered why her ship looks like her head. Like, is that necessary? I wouldn't want any vehicle that I own to look like my fucking head. That would unnerve me greatly. Oh, yes. Prime 4, baby. I wasn't sure if we were going to get some new 2D one there or not. Cool. This has been a long time coming. You know how long they've rumored the fact that they might be making a 4, and we're finally seeing it? Holy shit. Yes. I was weirdly addicted to scanning stuff in the Metroid Prime games. I had to scan everything. I had to get 100% scans in my database, or I wasn't happy. Oh, were you trying to throw me off the scent when you were talking about Metroidvanias, Cham? You son of a bitch. Well played. So the new enemies are more high-tech pirates that have allied with the Metroids? Beyond. Sweet. That's really cool. Very purple. What is this alluding to? Is it going to be slightly open world? Is there going to be an open world hub? What do they mean by this little epilogue shot? They showed the Erd tree from Elden Ring. That was cool.
That was a first look at
Why didn't I
Metroid
predict
Prime
that?
4 Beyond.
To be fair, we've been hoping and waiting for a Metroid Prime 4 for so long. Even though, like, Genie's correct, there was a teaser of a title card a while back, but it's one of those things where it's not enough, and it's so early on that it's like, this might still never happen. Because plenty of companies have shown, like, a title reveal for a game they've just started working on, and then 4 years later, it's like just vaporware, and it just dies. So I haven't really thought about Metroid Prime 4 ever since. I've just left it be. But I definitely wasn't predicting it to land in this show. Revealed back in 2018. Yeah, probably something crazy like that. And it was meant to be a while off too in development. So we knew it was going to take a while. So we basically all just stopped thinking about it collectively.
After a very long time, we are finally able to share
It looks
more information.
exactly
about
like
this
how I
title.
remember. It hasn't really
The
evolved
release
too
is
much.
planned for 2025.
The thing is, art style wise and on a technical level for a GameCube, the Prime games were very good looking. So even though this looks pretty much in the same ballpark, it doesn't really look that much better. Only a little bit. It already looked like so slick that I think it's kind of fine. Doesn't bother me at all.
Please wait a little bit longer. We hope you're looking forward to Samus Aran's new adventure.
You reckon we're going to see Ripley in this at some point? Because we always seem to
That's all for
see
today's
Ripley at
Nintendo
some
Direct.
point.
Thank you for watching.
Thanks. Yeah, that was a decent direct. If that was part of Summer Game Fest, I would give that a second place. I would give that a comfortable second place behind Xbox. I feel like Xbox and Nintendo are swinging pretty hard right now. Zelda Orchestral Concert. Ooh, neat. Hey, River. Just kind of looks like the HD remakes. Yeah, I mean that's the thing with the Switch though, is like it only seems to be capable of slightly sharper, slightly bigger games than what we're used to with a Cube or a Wii. It's not that obvious or big a leap in game quality. But the games still keep coming out with really strong visual art styles despite the tech lacking. So we don't really complain too much. I mean, Sham complains a bit, but I just let Nintendo do what they do. Like, I'm fine with it. If they bring out a Switch 2 and it's still nowhere near as powerful as a Series X or PS5, I'm fine with that. As long as it's better than the Switch 1 enough to make it worthwhile even making a new console, I guess that's the only important part. You like the Spike Chubsoft reveal. Well, they weren't even involved, apparently. I would love to see what a new Danganronpa would turn out like. How do you escalate Danganronpa? If you had to make a Danganronpa 4, how could you possibly escalate that in a way that takes it to a new place? Because by the time we got to Danganronpa 3, that series had gotten kind of insane. But there's no way. I can't think of a way. I can't think of a single hypothetical example of how I would do it. Like, that's a fucking nightmare. That series took things way further than you would probably predict it would. Like, they did a good job at surprising you. And surpassing your expectations. But there's a limit to how much you can surpass someone's expectations. Like, where's the line? I feel like Danganronpa 3 went so hard. To some people, they crossed the line. A lot of people that hate Danganronpa 3, they hate it because they felt like it went too far. So how would you make a 4? Even by Danganronpa 2, it became a parody. Danganronpa 2 was quite clever, though. Okay, the entirety of Danganronpa 2, of what it did with the virtual environment, that was all pretty clever, but a little bit twisted. And then the clever thing about number 3 is how they started it, with the bait and switch with the main character. That was probably the most interesting thing they did there. You remember when they made Nagito the main character? And you accidentally became the main character of your sesh, without that being even the plan. That's hilarious. Multiverse it? Have Danganronpa 4... Well, okay. Doing something multiverse related is a way to solve the problem that number 3 is very final and does conclude the franchise in a fairly substantial way. It doesn't solve the problem of how do you escalate. that's a good place to place the story, to give you options. But how do you design a Danganronpa 4 storyline to take things even further than 3 did in order to actually making a 4th game worthwhile? Because if you can't surpass the previous one, there's no point in making a new one. You have to take it even further. And I think after number 3, that's kind of an insane concept. But you're onto something there, especially with what Sham added. Having different versions of the characters across different multiverses, and with time travel, that could get so messy, but in an intriguing way. Like, if you just allowed there to be plot holes and just went fucking crazy with it, to the point where it's actually just hard to keep track of what characters are from where and what they're doing and where they are and what's happening, like, it could be kind of insane. You know, it's a good example of... This is an anime example of storytelling that seems to be able to constantly surpass itself, is One Piece. I think no matter how you feel about One Piece in general, there's a lot of different things that a lot of people think about One Piece, for good and for bad. I think the greatest strength of One Piece, and I've always felt this way, that places it above lots of other animes, especially in the shonen bracket. One Piece has this uncanny ability to escalate from arc to arc. Like, after a certain point, like, once you get past the Alabasta arc near the start, there's something about One Piece where the arc that you're on seems like the crazy shit that's happened so far. Like, it seems like so far away from where you've just been before. Like, holy shit, how can things get even crazier than this? Like, this is, like, nuts what's happening right now. But then the next arc will do the same thing. Like, the next one, you just end up feeling the same way, and then the previous one feels like not as big a deal. Like, somehow One Piece has this way of always feeling like it's going up. In, like I guess, like, this goes into the conversation of power scaling and stuff as well, but I don't know, they've always done a very good job of making the next thing that happens feel like, oh shit, like, this is a huge deal. That last thing ain't shit no more. Like, by the time you get to that Sky Island arc where that guy is like the king of his own Sky Island, and he was like a lightning gummy fruit user. I remember by the time I got to that one, I was like, how the fuck does One Piece get even crazier than this? Like, look where we are right now compared to where we've been. Like, this is nuts. And then even after that, it still got crazier. I did fall off the show after uni, though. Like, I haven't watched it in ages. And I heard that it's pretty crazy now, even still. Like, Luffy's basically a god at this point. But yeah, I was always very impressed by that. You hear a lot of complaining about the length in One Piece, but never complains about the quality. Yeah, I mean, it's not really worth talking about things like length. I mean, long-running shows like One Piece or Naruto, it is what it is. It's just a show that's been around for ages and it's still going. The fact that it can still, even today, keep escalating is still impressive. It's super slow. Long-running anime does tend to be like that, like, especially with how they use filler and stuff. But it's one of the things I like about it. I think one of the things that makes a show feel epic is when it allows itself to be slow. When a show can slow down and you can do a bunch of filler arcs of just stuff that they did on a vacation or things that aren't as big a deal. I feel like that makes the actual main story stuff, when actual big deal epic stuff happens again, I think it gives it more impact because you've given it time to just hang out with the characters doing more fun stuff that isn't a big deal. It's so slow that people made a shorter version. Isn't that what happened with Full Metal Brotherhood? Like, Full Metal Alchemist was like the manga, but with a lot of extra stuff in between to drag it out, like filler. And then they made Brotherhood basically just to condense it down and make an only the important stuff from the manga version. Yeah, recap episodes are not good filler. Recap is kind of a waste of time. I like filler. I like it when we're just doing meaningless, like, light stuff. because that's a good, you know, pace it down to build up to big stuff again. But recaps are a waste of time. Did I say Full Metal? I meant Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Sorry, I left off the colon. Wasn't based on the manga, deviated but still worked out. Are you talking about non-Brotherhood Full Metal Alchemist? I wasn't aware of how much it did or didn't deviate from the manga. I was always assuming that it was one of those shows that they were making alongside the manga where they had to just make up a bunch of shit because they were always catching up. Because Naruto was doing that as well. So that's what I thought the whole point of Brotherhood was, is just to start from the beginning again and do it properly. I never watched Brotherhood, though. That was after my time watching anime. I haven't watched anime in a long time. All my anime knowledge is from a particular period when I was at uni. Hey, wait, ZR Nalajami? Holy shit, he just called me Albert Wesker. That is such a compliment. I'm so stoked about that. Wesker's the beast, man. Thank you. See that, Sham? Albert Wesker. Now that's some Riz. Albert Wesker can get it. You're not sure if the original FMA was made an artistic choice or running out of source material choice? Yeah, I can't remember. I've heard people say stuff like that, but they might have been full of shit as well. I just remember watching the whole original Full Metal Alchemist show, plus that movie that they capped it off with. And I liked it. But by the time Brotherhood came out, I'd moved on from watching anime. I was busy with other stuff and didn't have time anymore for everything that I used to do. Life gets like that. It sucks. Anime opening still goated. I don't remember it. I'm going to go back after the stream and just double check. I remember the obvious ones, like fucking Cowboy Bebop is like the one that everyone still talks about as being like the most goat anime opening of all time. And everyone makes fun of Evangelion's opening and closing. Like that's been memed to death. I like, remember Gantz? Gantz had a really cool opening. I like the song. I think I've got it on my computer somewhere, the track. Oh, you're talking about the Brotherhood one. Sorry. My brain just didn't think Brotherhood when I read that. It just went back to the original in my... Yeah, okay. I'll have to look that up later, just because I obviously wouldn't have seen it. I'll have a look at what you're talking about. Oh, okay. Yep. That was a good... I rate that Direct. That's probably a better Nintendo Direct than I've seen in a while. I still think it could be better, but that was a solid one. It's a pretty damn solid Direct. What did I say? I gave it second place if it was a Summer Game Fest show. State of Play gets last. No, wait. I changed my mind. If Sony's State of Play was part of Summer Game Fest, I would give it second last. Last goes to Ubisoft. Ubisoft's show was bullshit. That was a fucking terrible show. It was good seeing the new Assassin's Creed and what was the other game they showed gameplay of? Far Cry, Watch Dogs? No. Oh, Outlaws, Star Wars Outlaws. It was cool seeing more gameplay of them because they do look good, but that wasn't enough. Because we knew that those games existed. We've seen 1,000 trailers for both of them already. So seeing just more gameplay of each is not enough. It's interesting content, but there was nothing in the Ubisoft showcase that was like show-stopping. There was no reveals. There was not a single reveal. Every single trailer was something we knew about or was like an update or a patch to something existing. Rubbish. What games are you going to play from that Direct? With Nintendo, it's more a case of what games would I play if I could find the time to actually open that fucking Switch that I got in my cupboard. It still hurts me to this day. I hate the fact that I haven't been able to find time to fit getting back into Nintendo games. Because I have a bunch to catch up with. I gotta play fucking Breath of the Wild still. Don't even talk about Tears of the Kingdom. I still gotta play Breath of the Wild. I still have to play Mario Odyssey. I still have to play Metroid Dread. I still have to play Luigi's Mansion 3. I still have to play that Kirby game where you can turn into a car. I still have to play Golf Story for some reason. I just think that game looks cool. But no one's ever heard of it. It isn't budget-friendly like Game Pass? Yeah, see... I might have the console in the cupboard, but I'm too broke to buy games for it. That's the other thing. But it's a combination of that and the fact that I'm struggling with time management because I have a lot of work to do and I still have to do my streams. And there's a lot of stuff that I prioritize in my streams just because of Game Pass. Because I get to play a lot of cool stuff off there without having to spend any money. There's just no time left, Sham. See, here's the other issue. If I had more time, especially streaming time, to, you know, not even do Game Pass, to actually be able to play Nintendo Switch stuff on here, I would probably prioritize VR even ahead of the Nintendo Switch. Because one of my plans is still to get my Valve Index set up correctly in this study and play some VR games on stream. Like, that's another thing I want to do. And I would rather do that ahead of my Switch, even. I'd imagine you in VR chat. That would be fun, actually. I wasn't specifically considering it, but I would do that. Get a good avatar and put on a voice or something and just fuck around a little bit. Get me the Kermit avatar so I can be like, hello, Kermit the Frog here. I can do a not that great but serviceable Kermit sometimes. I'm better at doing Kermit the Frog when I'm doing that Johnny Cash song. I hurt myself today. I think it's been... For some reason, I only do like a really good Kermit when I'm singing Johnny Cash. But if I have to just talk normally like Kermit, just say normal sentences, for some reason I can't do it as well. I don't know why. I think it's because, like, there's a YouTube video that's like Kermit doing Johnny Cash's Hurt. That's really funny. And I just found it so funny. I've seen it like many, many times. And it's like, I just accidentally learned how to do it. Just from watching that for fun. I commit myself today. That's hilarious. I'm surprised they didn't change that lyric in the YouTube video. That works. Back to the middle. Oop, there goes gravity. That would be fun, like doing VR chat sessions and just coming up with like avatars and voices and just staying in character the whole night would actually be pretty dope. You could do like a whole night of just that. Like, remember those videos of those dudes doing the Ugandan Knuckles? There's like whole YouTube videos of just people going around as Ugandan Knuckles, just wreaking havoc. Used to watch so many VR chat videos. It's actually like, it's good content if you're interested in things like voice acting, like you are. Because VR chat content is mainly just people doing characters and voices in like in a digital public setting, and just like joking around and pranking each other or fucking around and just role playing, just improv acting essentially. So one guy that would do a spot on Morgan Freeman impression. Is that the same dude that from those Call of Duty videos? Do you know the one I'm talking about? I think I put that video. Hang on, I think I put that in my Discord. Just see if you recognize the one I'm talking about. It's a really good clip. It's very short too. I think I put it in gaming memes. I don't post in gaming memes too often, so I don't think I need to scroll back for 1,000 years. Or do I? What's this one? The fuck? Okay, cool. Oh, I know it's got to be in here. There's nowhere else I think I'd put it. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Come on. Yeah, you know you be loving this shit right here. Limp Biscuits right here. Do you like this meme?
Go Pikachu, come out. I'm gay.
Oh, this is actually, speaking of Call of Duty stuff. Play that again. Oh, this one.
Go Pikachu, come out. I'm gay.
Adorable. Ah, this is pretty funny.
Wait, it sounds like what?
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Oh!
Look, listen, listen.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
That's actually just true.
My milkshake brings all the boys.
Wait.
Oh, it's so good. I'm still scrolling back looking for this Morgan Freeman clip. Oh my god, I found it. I found it.
Max, can you pretend?
Wait, I gotta, let me enlarge it real quick. This is a really good one.
Max, can you pretend like you're Morgan Freeman coming to kill me?
Please,
Please do that.
I can smell you.
Oh, holy shit. I love how well timed that was with his silhouette walking past the window with the rocket launcher as well. I didn't think it was probably going to be the same guy, because a lot of people can do a good Morgan Freeman. You just made me think of that.
I love when I can see the tentacles. And you was just swimming one day, and now you about to swim in my ass, because I'm going to shit you out as soon as I eat you
up. Sorry, I'm just reminiscing about memes that I put in here. I like this clip. This is fun.
Oh, great. All I need, Batman.
I love the fact that there's actually no joke in that video. That's just 100% the actual footage from the game. Just perfectly cut on the punch. Somehow that's just hilarious on its own. With no memeage required. Batman's just an asshole. Anyway, let me not get distracted by fucking Discord memes. I'm sorry. My sham brings all the sham to the yard. Did you know that I have a capybara section on my Discord, Sham? I must have added you in here at some point, for sure. No? I don't think I did. Cappies. Cappies kissing in the lake. No limited run? Oh, did Limited Run do a show, did they? Oh yeah, Beyond Good and Evil. Fuck, that's right, you did mention that. I totally forgot about that. Hold up. I'll have a look at that. As the last thing before we go. Capybara. Lulu. Boop. I did really enjoy Beyond Good and Evil when I first played it on the OG Xbox. Like, I had that game when it first came out. But it's so long ago now that I don't actually remember it very well. Like, no lie. I do remember taking photos and hitting things with a stick and driving a little hovercraft around on the water.
Jade, 20 years ago, your parents put
clean.
you under my care. We came to Hillis.
It's a little chunky.
Back then, it was a peaceful planet.
They should have done a remake.
There safely.
Did they cancel the sequel? No, it's still just vaporware at the moment. They haven't said anything about cancelling it, but we haven't heard from it for a while either. Yeah, down a bit.
Can't go there, Jade.
If you want, I'll go alone.
Okay, we'll go together. But I'm sticking
The gameplay footage of that sequel looked amazing, though. That looked like next gen. That was like another level. Nice.
There still may be time.
I think what I loved about this game when I first played it was that it was at a time when I was jonesing for more action platformers in the style of the old Rareware games from N64. You know, like the Banjo-Kazooie type stuff. And this kind of like scratched that itch for me.
No matter what happens, good luck, Jade.
I'll come back for you.
I don't remember anything about the story.
Paige, you've been hiding this from me for the past 20 years.
Lady Wukong? Kinda. I do think the Jade thing is a bit too on the nose. Like the fact that her name is Jade, and like her eyes, her lipstick, her jacket, her bandana, her jean, like everything is fucking green. I was like, dude, come on, just chill a little bit, calm down. A bit too on the nose. Also, whenever I see women in green makeup, it immediately makes me think I'm gonna get poisoned. Like, it's that poison ivy shit. Like green lipstick, I always just assume is like, oh, that's poison. That's some poison. That's some assassin shit. Anyway, that was cool. It does like give me chills in like a nostalgia kind of way. It's just it's bizarre how little of that game still exists in my brain. As you go back in time, you just lose stuff. Things start getting hazier and hazier. And I think the storyline in that game was convoluted enough that it doesn't really stick with you much over a long period of time. Whereas older things that have a much simpler, more iconic kind of story vibe tend to like stick with you more. If that makes sense. Okay. I've gone over a bit what I thought I would. I thought I was finished closer to midnight. We've gone over by almost an hour. I gotta take off. Get normal sleep for a change, I guess. If I can manage even that. It's nice to see everybody. We had a fair few people swing by and stick around for a little bit. Plantasy had to go to bed early. River was here for a tiny bit. Maybe still is. Who knows? There's still a few lurkers. But I'm gonna be back Tuesday to play that Chinese game, which I've got no idea what to expect. All I know is action RPG. But we'll see. That's going to be an intriguing little experiment of playing stuff I have no idea what I'm in for. But yeah. So it's basically just tomorrow off for work, and then I'm back Tuesday for that. And I'll probably be playing that game for the rest of the week for 3 or 4 streams. It's about RPG length, so I got to go hard on it. We'll see. All right. Good night to everyone. Sham, Genie. Good night to everyone lurking. Whoever's still hiding in the shadows and the bushes. I'll see you later.